Well, if it isn't little old Herb.
Not little, I'm a growing big old boy.
I mean,
I can watch documentaries now.
you're like what, 7, 8 years old now? Oh, they're growing up so
5?
fast. Anyways,
I can still grow.
possibly, maybe a little
My
bit.
brain has a lot of room to grow.
I
My
mean,
big old cavernous skull.
I'm gonna let that one lie. There's a lot of comments I could make on that one, but I'm not going to. Instead, I'm gonna talk about this real personal trooper type 1 R-1 from Super Robot Wars OG generation. Look at this thing. It's basically a better Zeta Gundam.
I thought you were making a joke about the name, and then I looked and I saw that is the name.
That is actually the name.
Now
I guess it's technically a better Wing Gundam. Maybe a Wing Zero.
No, wait, no. It looks like it reminds me more of the Airmaster with the rifles on the waist.
Yeah, a little bit. But if you look at this box art on the side, which I'm not sure will come through all that well, considering how big it is, this thing actually does transform into the R Wing. It's basically Wing Zero at that point.
You know what it is? You know what it is? It's Wing Zero, Zeta, Airmaster, and then Shining Gundam, because I see Glowing Fist.
Oh yeah, it is definitely got Glowing Fist situation going on as well. This is all of those things together.
Oh hell yeah! People are arguing about Titan's logos and Crow's Nest, and they've already posted the sexy rabbit one.
Oh, good lord. But I am going to start this stream off by reading the fantastic English that comes on the box, because each one of these has been different and they're fantastic. So you're going to sit through a live reading of the fantastic blurb on the front of the box. It says, "They come to be real someday at the top of a steep mountain, at the bottom of a dark sea, far beyond the blue sky in the vacuum universe. Clothed in the armor of steel on their bodies, the fists break all the things in the world, matchless giants with infinite power without ending. Let's pray that the immortal souls conceived in their bodies are representative of our good hearts, and they protect the weak from all the difficulties and tragedies. Now the time of a new myth starts. The time is coming soon." It's so great. It is the most English thing I think I've ever read in my entire life, and it's awesome.
You made it sound like it wasn't even English. It just sounded normal. It just sounded like G Gundam. It just sounded like G Gundam.
I mean, it kind of is. It's absolutely ridiculous. But when you've got things like in the vacuum universe, and I'm like, the vacuum universe? Is that just like an entire universe populated by Roombas? Like sentient Roombas have taken over the universe?
Imagine if you land and suddenly they just all gather around you and just vacuum your spaceship. You're stranded. You're surrounded by Roombas.
It's all Roombas, all the way down.
You're stuck.
Anyways. But yes, that is the Kotobukiya Real Personal Trooper R-1. Which is a kind of ridiculous name when you get down to it, but whatever. I don't even think this is like a mass-produced suit. I think this was one of the main character suits from the show.
Wait, what's the two things behind it?
There is a full armor version, and then that's the full armored version that is in jet mode.
Does it include the parts for the full armored version?
It does not. I think there's the 1/100 version that's the full armor. And actually, no, I don't know if that's the full armor version or not there. I think it might be. But I think that might be an entirely different suit altogether, but I'm not sure. I haven't watched Super Robot Wars in forever. Yeah, I haven't watched Super Robot Wars.
It has similar markings.
I haven't watched Super Robot Wars in forever. Also, you are sounding like a robot there, guy.
Wait, shit, is my voice now?
Sounds like you're coming through a fan.
Oh, yeah. Here, is that better?
That is much better.
I had the voice mod thing on that I was doing all over friends.
And speaking of shining fists, they are metallic plated shining fists. So that is pretty cool, actually. I approve of that. I don't approve of much in this world, but I approve of shining fists.
Oh, wait, I wasn't talking about that. I was listening. Also, I'm gonna go for a second. I need to feed my dogs. They're gonna get hungry and they're gonna get bitey.
I mean, that seems like a good idea is to feed your dogs, man. Dogs need food too.
They do.
Alright. So, let's see about organizing me some runners here. Because we have quite a large number of them. Not a huge number. It's not like PG levels of runners, and hopefully they're named decently, unlike the Megatron that I put together late last week. Because that thing's, the naming convention on that runner was, those runners was, just put a number after it. There's like 5 B runners, and it's like B1, B2, B3. Oh, man. Let's go ahead and get these runners out. See what kind of plastic quality we're dealing with here. I don't want to say it's brittle. It's a little bit crisper than some of the other stuff. But then again, this model kit is like 11 years old. So it's pretty crisp plastic. But it has not degraded any, which is good. There's a few polycaps that are going to be in this build, so hopefully those have held up over time sitting around. Because I don't think these kits ever got a reprinting. I think they've always just had the one. And now that Bandai's got the license, you'll probably never see a reprint of these kits, which is unfortunate. For those of you who are watching who may ever want to build one of these yourselves. Because they are fantastically fun kits, these Super Robot Wars kits are. But also very hard to find these days. Especially if you want to get the 1/100 scale ones. They are pricey and rare. But occasionally you do run across them. Luckily for me, I ran across this one and all the other ones. This will be the last one I need to complete my 1/100 Kotobukiya Super Robot Wars set, actually.
I am back and my dogs are fed.
Well, that's good. I was just rambling on about how very soon I imagine that getting a hold of these kits will be very difficult.
Probably because you're hoarding them all.
No, I've only got one of each, but Bandai has the Super Robot Wars license now, so that's gonna make it. So I doubt that they'll be able to reprint these anytime soon, which is kind of unfortunate.
Were they even reprinting them?
What's that?
Were they reprinting them?
No, I don't think they ever got a reprinting. I think they only ever had the one printing of the 1/100 scale kits. I know the 1/144 ones got a couple of reprints for some of them, but not all of them. But I don't think the 1/100 ones ever got reprinted. And now with Bandai taking the license, I don't think you'll ever see them again.
Yeah. Dude, I love Thingiverse because I was able to find a mount for like the exact thing that I need.
That's cool. The 3D printing community does seem to be on top of stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a quick detach mount for the X55.
Oh, nice.
So I can literally just slap it onto my chair and then just put it in and out when I need be. I just need to make sure I have the screws.
So did you actually order one then?
No, we're gonna wait. The bid ends in 8 days, so we're just gonna wait for then and then swoop in and.
Oh, this is like an online bidding kind of thing.
Yeah, it's eBay.
eBay.
We're also getting my dad's friend apparently also bought a HOTAS, but he bought it for a game and he didn't really like it, so he's gonna let us borrow it for a bit. So that's also really nice because we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it this weekend. I'm gonna be able to tell if I actually want one.
What HOTAS is? Are they letting you borrow?
I have no idea.
Fair enough.
I've barely talked to my dad about it because he hates it because he doesn't really want to talk about it.
Why does he not want to talk about it? Or did you piss him off?
Because I go up to him and I'm like, hey, you gotta talk to him? You gotta talk to your friend? Gonna ask him?
Okay, yeah, I could see that being real annoying. If
So
I
I
were your
just
dad,
don't
I would.
care.
If I were your dad, I'd just slap you. I'd just be like, "No, kid, go away!" Bam.
I used to call whenever I was with my dad, I used to say yes, ma'am, and then one day he just slapped me and told me to stop.
I mean, yeah, your dad knows what's going on. Cat, nobody asked for you to be under there.
Cat, I want to see cat. Show me cat.
I'm not gonna put my cat on stream.
Show me the cat, ambassador.
I'm not
Show me the damn cat.
No, the cat is gonna stay right where she is because she's already got a big enough head. She already thinks she runs this place.
She's so big brain.
She's really not. That's kind of part of the problem. My cat is not.
Yeah, Carl's a dumbass, yet he somehow can do stuff. I gave him a giant stick because I just found it on the ground. It was a branch, so it had a ton of leaves, and I was too lazy to take them off, so I just kind of threw it. And then when I returned, it's completely clean. So he somehow got all of the branches off, and I have no idea how. It scares me.
I mean, sometimes dogs are smart. On occasion.
He's very smart, but he's also just extremely dumb. He's a rare case of having like some of the best dog being bred from some of the best dogs, but also just being the worst dog ever. I'm pretty sure he scared my other dog shitless, literally. Which isn't very hard. I had to grab him from my mom's office, and he's deaf, so he didn't hear me. And I kind of just approached behind him, and I like touch his belly. He just like completely flips over, like his eyes are just wide. He's like, well,
yeah, because you snuck up on him, man. That's not cool, yo. That dog was just trying to enjoy life.
Hey, he was very hungry. He was excited to be fed.
Well, I bet he was, but
Carl was just fucking jumping on the glass door. Sooner or later, he's gonna break it. It's not gonna be fun.
Alright, runners, why you gotta be difficult tonight? It's been a long week. I don't need this. Stop being difficult.
It is the weekend, and then on Monday, it is time for a full schedule. I am not happy.
Oh, you guys are finally going back to full schedule?
Yeah, but like, it doesn't feel like it's a good idea. It's not like COVID's really slowing down a lot, and this is just gonna make us even more cramped.
So it's like in person full schedule then?
Yeah, because last year it's hard to. It's basically we had the entire campus for the second half of the day, whereas middle school had it the first half.
Ah.
So we went to school at like 12:30, and then we left at like 3.
I see.
Oh no, 11:30. They changed it a lot. I guess it's because like we only had 4 classes then. It was just like 4 50-minute classes.
I mean,
so at least this way we get the full 6 classes or 7.
Well, you'll be back to learning.
I was learning.
You weren't learning enough, clearly.
What does that mean? You weren't the one who saw my report card. I think it was pretty good too.
I never said it wasn't good. I just said you clearly weren't learning enough. That's why they're putting you back to learning more. They're like, now see here, boy. You gonna learn one way or another, even if we gotta keep teaching you this lesson all day.
My teachers aren't that southern, okay?
Alright, and then these are F. And we can slide that Input. I don't even
This
know.
entire week was so weird because they were doing like something. I forgot what it was called. It was just supposed to be some kind of meeting new people type thing.
Speed dating?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
If you wanna call it that.
I mean, what else would you call it? Meeting new people really quickly? Yeah, that's what that is. Alright, gray, black, and brown. I don't need regular gray or regular brown. God hands out.
Let's see. I'm really hoping no one really bids on this because the highest bid.
How many watchers are on it?
$127.50.
How many watchers are on it?
There are currently 3 bids. So, but it has 8 days left.
Well, we'll see.
But like, based on it, I'm not expecting it to get any higher, and it's not like I don't think it's gonna go higher than the MSRP for it, but I'm still ready to pay it just a bit above. But I ain't gonna pay because this is currently half the price of it,
I see.
which is perfect because just about everyone else is selling them like $400.
Right, right.
You can buy a warthog with that.
Man, why don't I get this guy as a pilot figure like I did in the other one? That guy's cool with his
Ooh, let me
coat
see.
on.
I want to see edgy man.
He's not edgy. He's just very 90s
Ah, even better.
with his blue coat on. All right, registration card. I don't think that's gonna matter anymore.
I am mad because I cannot see anything.
What do you mean you can't see
I saw an
anything?
arm. There's a hand. Oh my god, the stream is really. Now you show him. Now I see the man.
Oh, is it laggy?
Oh, Jesus. It's like a minute behind.
Oh, wow. That is pretty rough.
I can finally see the man. He is very happy.
He is super over excited to be piloting an R-1 personnel trooper, whatever it's called. He loves it. Very enthusiastic.
I forget I can't use my favorite messenger bag now. Damn.
Why not?
Because it could only hold like 2 binders, which is just about perfect because that's typically how many binders I needed. But now that we have more classes, I'm probably gonna need to fit more stuff. And it does not have enough space for that.
I see.
So I guess I'm gonna have to resort some stuff. I really liked it. Oh yeah, something I'm not excited for is they're doing this Overflow.
What does that mean?
Now that we are only in a single campus building, there is not enough space to be socially distanced. They're like, heh, you go library. So even if you want to attend physically, sucks to suck, you might have to attend online.
Huh. Interesting.
Which I think is going to be absolutely horrible, because you're sticking all these people that are online into a socially distant spot. It's just going to be a ton of talking. That's just going to make it all the worse.
I mean, if they give everybody headphones, maybe it'll work.
I mean, yeah, they literally said, bring headphones.
Oh, okay. So they're expecting you to provide them for yourself?
Wait.
Wait, what?
I am in the Overflow. That's why I got the email. Shit. Damn it. No! It's my
Welcome to
favorite
that.
class, and I'm in the fucking overflow. God damn it.
Welcome to Overflow life. You are
You want to
excess.
attend class? You gotta go through the challenges. And no one goes through the challenges.
I don't know what that's got to do with Overflow, but unless your class is at fucking Naruto Ninja School. All right.
Let's see, I just received. You're in it for the first. Oh my god. This is
What?
like the one class I do not want to be virtual in.
And yet, you're gonna have to. Sorry, bro. Sometimes it don't be that way, but when it do be that way, it really be that way.
Man, my laptop is gonna hate me.
What for?
It can't handle much online stuff for a long time. If it's not being charged.
I mean, it feels like if they're making you be remote, they will provide you the ability to either charge or have access to a like computer that is given to you by the school. If not, that's a real shit situation.
Dude, this is a private school. Just about everyone has Macs with good libraries. I didn't really care about getting a fancy laptop. So I'm here with a very nice Dell that just has like I think 5 hours of battery. I don't
Yeah,
really
but
know how
I'm
long the battery
I'm
is.
pretty sure if you take your cable to school, they're not gonna like refuse to let you
I
charge
mean,
it.
yeah, no, I do. I obviously have to charge it, but it's just that it's we're gonna be in the black box, which is for theater. So I don't know just how much charging capabilities is gonna be in there.
They will provide, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it would really suck for you to have to go in front of the school board and be like, well, I tried to attend classes, but nobody would let me charge my laptop, so I couldn't attend classes.
That did happen once. My laptop died in this like same class, but we're online because he was sick, so I had to be on my friend's laptop while we waited to find a place. He just like, wait, where is this person? And I just pop up from behind my friend's camera.
Huh. Well, that one sounds more like a you problem than a school problem.
Hmm. Wait, what's this video in my recommended? A live stream? A Kotobukiya Super Robot Wars 1/100th R-1? Hmm.
I mean,
I should watch this.
you probably shouldn't. It sounds like a real bad idea, honestly.
Yeah, maybe. Doesn't seem all that good. I'm watching it. It seems kind of boring.
Well, that's how this
There's
goes.
this person with a real annoying voice in it, too.
I know, man. Fuck that guy. All right. All right. So we need. Do I need both of these? No, just the one. It looks like. Just the one for the moment. All right. I do like they have molded details on the inside of the armor on this kit.
They do or don't? I didn't hear exactly.
They do.
Ah, sweet. Finally, something better than the Master Grade Shaken. Wait,
I
that
mean,
has detailed on our frame. Shit, my argument's invalid.
yes, but does it have details on the inside of the armor?
Duh. Let me check. I'm actually too lazy to go into my detail and retrieve it, so we're just gonna say no.
Fair enough, I guess.
Uh-oh, Forge is typing. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh.
What the hell does he want?
He wants to know when I'm gonna get my DXVF. I never even planned on getting one.
Tell him you've got 2 on order. Alright, I'm going to have to be careful because this blue plastic might mark up quite a bit.
Get YF 19.
What's that?
Why is Forge even typing in here?
Probably doesn't want to join the voice chat.
Yeah, but no, can't you just go onto Discord and ask on Crows?
Who knows?
It's Forged. You aren't British? I'm Texan and I can be who I want.
Oh, let's see. Tell them you'll get a DX when they release the YF-21.
Instead of saying that, I just went full Texan on him.
Yeah, just be like, oh, nope, not going to get one until they release a YF-20.
Is that your property?
What's that?
Castle law don't work here. Oh god, they're comparing Monster Energy.
What?
Just check General and Crows. I was gonna say something, but I don't think it'd be YouTuber friendly.
You know, I think I'll pass.
Okay, Forge is saying that nor are you of legal age to partake or be legally responsible for it. So should I mention that I have in fact paid for a 20 gauge shotgun when I was like 13? Or should I not?
I mean, if it's legal,
I can
where
say
you are,
I owned it, Jack.
If it's illegal where you are, then there's not much else to say about it, but you know he's just giving you crap, man.
What?
So you know he's just giving you crap, and it's that's all there is to it.
I know. 20 gauge. Wow, what a badass. I'm sorry for being a little weak child forged. Fuck. Herb need quiet. Oh wait, my father's here. Wow, so cool. You didn't say that out loud. Shit, wrong emoji. I'm so glad I didn't send that. Also, I'm probably gonna have to go because my father is here and I need to talk.
Well, go deal with whatever you got to deal with, man. Do that family
I'm
stuff.
buying a Dodge 50 Beowulf next Tuesday. Okay. See ya.
Bye. Jeez. All right. Well, fun times. Other one. That goes there. All right, there we go. Alrighty. Well, there's that. Hello? Oh, it's you again. Excuse me.
Gershnesnu. Gesundheit.
Danke.
Did you just say Daka?
Oh, I said Danke.
Ah.
As in Dankeschön?
As in thank you in German?
Indeedy. Indeedler-dooner, neighborino.
Yes. Some songs.
If you say so. Man, if this kit weren't so hard to come by, these shoulders would be fantastic for practicing seam line removal. Unfortunately, this kit is rather hard to come by, so I'm not going to try and end up screwing it up.
If you do screw it up, something that I did is you put runner bits on top so you can try to melt the plastic inside so you can get a bit more to work with.
I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's literally the tops of the shoulders. It is not exactly the most, it's not going to be the most visible parts. Did you talk to your father?
Not really, because he's having someone over, a neighbor. I don't know why.
Well, if it isn't your mother, now you've got blackmail material.
What?
I said if it's not your mother that he's having over, then now you've got blackmail material. That's a joke.
Oh, well, I might have to go. Wait.
Oh. There we go. That's the part we need. There we go. There we go. What's that? All right, there we go. Alrighty. There we go. Put that part in there. Which means we're not going to get a whole heck of a lot of movement out of the shoulders, but I think that'll be okay. Or at least the shoulder armor. Guess we'll find out once we get a little bit closer to it. Ah! Come on. Come on. Go in. There we go. Put this red up there on those shoulders, give it some pop, some pizzazz, as the case may be. There. That looks really nice. That's a good color of red against that blue. Very, very neat. There we go. Got a couple of shoulder armors. Looks like probably mostly done. So that's pretty awesome. Looks like we're going to work on the rest of the arms now. Sounds like a plan to me. So let's not Terry. Get right into it. I will say that out of the 1/100 scale Super Robot Wars kits I've done so far, this one is so far being, quite honestly, the easiest. By a large margin. But it's also a transforming kit, so the inner workings of it are probably a little bit on the simplistic side, simply for that overall. Almost forgot one piece. All right, enough shaking. All right. H. Ooh, stand up. Hopefully that's shaken up enough. We gave it just a little bit of rattle. Yeah. can't be sitting around sniffing that stuff too long. That is strong. The brown especially. The other colors aren't quite as rough on the old nostril passages, but the brown is pretty tough. Sorry for being a little quiet tonight, stream. Just trying to have a nice relaxing evening, doing a build, keeping it mellow, letting the stress of a long week just flow away. Letting the comforting sound of the snip, that sensation of plastic on plastic, make all of the worries of the past few days evaporate. Yeah. I still say whoever designs the runners at Kotobukiya needs to be fired. Because they always have the worst connection placement. There we go. It didn't feel the greatest in the world when I put it on, but I think it'll do. There we go. There we go. we go. Cleanup on those has to be real light, because those are some phenomenally shallow and fine panel lines there. So really got to be not too careful to not wipe away some of that, some of the actual panel liner out of the lines there. But you also got to be careful not to just throw your stuff on the floor too. No big deal. Just pops it right into place there. I believe those are the arms. All right, so I guess now it wants us to probably, and this is a possibility, but it probably wants us to do some legs here, I'm guessing. Unless these aren't part of the legs, and then if they're not, I'd be shocked. But we'll find out, because we're about to build them. And by we, I mean me specifically. You guys on the stream are not about to do them, unless you are, of course, sitting at home working on this kit at the same time I am. In which case, that is very impressive, and that is... I applaud you for having good taste in model kits. Because this is, so far, while being much, much simpler than the Wildrugger or the Huckbean 2 or the All Tyson, it is in fact quite rewarding in and of itself. It's just a nice, relaxing, quiet Friday evening. I certainly hope anybody out there who's listening to me is having a nice one. Alright. This blue isn't exactly the easiest in the world to clean up, that's for certain. It's not the worst I've seen. But it's far from the best. All right. do like this color separation with the pieces that are in here. I mean, this is a very colorful kit. Like I was saying earlier, it's kind of, you know, very reminiscent of Wing Gundam and also of some of the other Wing kits and G Gundam as well. It's kind of all over the place, but I kind of like it for that. It's definitely unique. That is for sure. Oh man. And you know me, I'm all about some unique kits. And this one, I mean, as far as like if you want to talk about like something that's like super bizarre and out there, like this really isn't like massively weird or anything like that. There's definitely stranger kits that exist. I mean, you just look at something like the Turn X and the Turn A and you know, stuff like that, and you know, those are all cool and everything, but this one to me is just like, it's on the surface it seems very basic. It's one of the reasons why it's one of the last ones I got, but the more I look at it, the more I really take in the essence of the design that it's got going on. I actually really like it in its very early 90s bright colored simplicity. It's not too much. It's not too little. It's actually almost just right when it comes to that style of aesthetic. It's just got a lot of neat design aspects going for it that I think are really kind of neat. I know I keep saying neat a lot, but that's how I feel, Daxter's Nabbit. Yeah, there we go. I was actually at my local shop today where they're just starting to carry some Gunpla, and they have the MG wing in. I think it might be the Proto Zero. And it's the one that looks like the first TV wing, but it's not. But I was thinking about picking that up today. And then ended up not doing it because, I don't know. I just decided not to while I was in there. And I honestly don't know why I didn't. Like, it would have been easy. It was right there. I guess because I'm waiting for the Wing Zero Verka. I don't know. But I may have to pick one up next time I'm in there just because. It's a nice, bright, colorful kid, and I mean, I really do just like those. There we go. To what I presume to be upper legs. Or at least the inner parts of upper legs. Oof, got some yellowing on some of these white parts here. That's no good. I mean, this is an old kit. It's probably been sitting around for a long, long time, but it's still not fun. Come on. That's okay. It's on the wing parts, on the inner joints. I don't think that's going to make them brittle or anything, but I will have to remind myself to be careful around them. Interesting. One side of these wings has more detail than the other. Which is actually interesting because it's actually, I don't want to call it super accurate detail, but it is very nice detail in that it shows how the flaps would work. Set those aside, let those dry. And I'll be ready to clean up by the time I get to that part. In the meantime, let's see about continuing on where we're at here. Koto guy who am in charge of runners, you're fired. Just pack your bags. Get out. I swear, runner placement on these Koto kits is always really bad. I don't understand why. It's not like they can't just literally look across the aisle and still whatever Bandai's doing. Gundam, panel line marker. While I do absolutely love the panel line inks, there are times when panel line marker is just better. It's not all the time. In fact, it's not even most of the time, but some of the time. Alrighty. Clean these up just a little bit. They don't need a lot of cleaning. That actually flowed really good in there, so just get a little bit of cleaning going. And then we'll get these parts put together here in a second. Nice little venting here that's going to go on the back of the leg, it looks like. Fantastic. Oh, that is in. Alrighty. And we need a PC. Keys. Oh, wrong way. This way. I will say this. I do find it absolutely remarkable in these kits how well they actually do showing that every piece kind of only has one real way to go in. It's quite nice. Again, got a seam line down the front of the leg that if I were better at this, or, you know, cared a lot more, I could seal up, but I really don't feel like doing it tonight. So and we just kind of set those aside for now. those there, and then what was that? Pieces M6. Oh yeah, this weird looking sucker here. If it were a Lego, it'd be one of the really bizarre Legos that you only get like 3 of in a big project. And they're meant to do very specific things. Not your general use kind of Legos. Nope. Those are specific Legos, brother. If me and Gene were still with us, he'd tell you. Let's see. Again, I can't complain that much. Having friggin' nubs on curves is totally a Bandai play too. So this one I can't really complain too much about. Well, I mean, that is to say I can complain, and I will complain, but it is not isolated to Koto kits. So, while Koto guy, you're still fired. Bandai guy, you are looking real suspect too about this kind of crap. At least it's on white plastic where it doesn't show nearly as badly. Still sucks though. Do I hear a cat around here? I do. She's right under my feet. Hello, cat. With your attention-wanting self. And there we go. right. Hey, I remember panel lining these a while back. And it's not much in the way of panel lining, but it's still a nice little detail. Especially on a kit like this, which has very little in the way of surface detail to begin with. Most of the Super Robot Wars kits I've done don't have a lot of surface detail, because they're not... I guess they're technically super robots. I don't know if we'd consider them real robots. They kind of sort of cross that line a bit, in that they are, you know, they're not realistic military machines, in the fact that the show that they're from is not a realistic military show, and a lot of them are just straight up insane, over the top kind of style of super robots that you'd get from like Gurren Lagann or Mazinger or something like that. But on the other hand, they are also a little bit more Gundam-y in some styles. So they really do kind of, you know, stretch those that line and blur that preconceived notion. Some are definitely far more super robot than others, that's for sure. But most of the main cast robots would not be out of place in a Gundam type series, that's for sure. Especially this one. Oh, there's a panel line there. Howdy.
What's that?
Ah, not too bad. I don't see you on the stream very often, so it took me a second of actually looking over to be like, who's that?
Oh, yeah, no, usually I'm like doing something. Just happen to catch you when I'm not.
Fair enough.
What you building?
Super Robot Wars OG generation, Real Robot Trooper R-1? Or Real Personal Trooper R-1. Which is just a really big, long way of saying it's the 1/100 R-1 from the Super Robot Wars OG line.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that looks cool, actually. What the hell?
Yeah. A lot of the Super Robot Wars stuff is really cool. Like, I was just prattling on about it on my stream, about how they're a pretty interesting crossover between what most people would consider your traditional super robot stuff, and also like very Gundam-esque styles for a lot of them as well. Like, yeah, most of these like things,
a Toki design. Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah, like most.
I'm pretty sure that is a Toki design.
It might be. Like, that's one of the things about Super Robot Wars, is that they had designs from all over the place in there.
That's cool.
Like, most of the main cast stuff from the anime was, I think, designed by various Gundam designers. But then, like, you also get, like, a bunch of stuff that is clearly, like, Super Robot level of ridiculousness, but
that's what's fun.
Yeah. Like, they're all technically piloted suits, so I'm not sure where they fall on the, like, technical, like, are they really super robot versus real robot kind of scale, but they are, they're still very cool, and the 1/100 line from Kotobukiya was probably one of the best model kit lines that company ever put out, and I don't think they ever did a reprinting on any of the kits, and they're from like 2009 to 2011, and they're really hard to get, but they're fantastic.
The one you're working on right now?
Yeah.
Shit. That looks cool. I was like, that looks like something I want to get.
Yeah, I mean, the R-1 is probably the easiest to get. But like if you ever end up wanting to get like the Alt-Tyson or the Wild Ruger or something like that, like they're not easy to find anymore, which is unfortunate. And they're not ever going to get reprinted now, more than likely, because Bandai picked up the Super Robot Wars license. So I don't think Koto could reprint them if they wanted to, which is sort of a shame because like they're fantastic kits. They're just like, if you've never done a Kotobukiya kit, I would highly recommend starting off with the Super Robot Wars kit, because they are just absolutely phenomenal style kits, and they're not like your frame arms kind of, weird grab baggy, is this going to be good or am I going to hate myself afterwards style.
No, yeah, I understand. What's it called? I know the Huckenbein. That's the only one other than this. The what's it called? The Personal Trooper.
Yep.
I know the Huckenbein. It's like very, very popular.
Yeah, and it's that one is the first of the 1/100 kits they put out. And that one's actually a really cool kit if you can find it, because it comes with a little figure of the pilot that's all like pre-painted and stuff.
Yeah, I like that. Because I do have the only Kotobukiya kit I've had my hands on is the Zoids. Yeah.
The Zoid stuff they put out isn't bad either, but it's not like doing a Bandai build. This is very much like doing a Bandai build, only with more interesting engineering.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing on the stream that you have some panel liners on the right side. Are those the Tamiya ones?
They are. I'm currently using dark gray, dark brown, and black.
Have you ever used the Mr. Color panel liners?
No, I didn't even know Mr. Color did a line of panel liners.
Here, well, because I buy them from New Type HQ because it's my local one.
Right.
I've been using them because it's oil paint instead of enamel, so my pieces have like zero chance of cracking or breaking or being brittle. So maybe you would want to check it out. It's under Mr. Weathering, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know the ones you're talking about. Honestly, I've never had any problems with that on anything I've ever done with them, and I've done dozens of kits with this with the Tamiya stuff. And most of the time that I see people who are complaining about having the cracking and the the wearing down of the plastic or whatever are either panel lining after assembly and the panel liner gets down in the cracks where it can't really escape from, or they're just like brushing the panel liner on, and that's not how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you do it, I don't want to say correctly, because that implies that, everybody else is doing it wrong, but like if you do it if you understand the tools that you're using and you use them appropriately, I guess, like you don't really have any of the problems that people complain about with it, in my opinion.
I'm also the same, because I didn't have any, but I think I got scarred from my last build that I was trying to get, because what's it called? This guy on YouTube, I forgot what his name is. Miniaturite, I think.
Okay. I've never heard of him, but all right.
Oh, he was throwing this clean build contest. And I was doing a ground Gundam, and even though I lined the ground Gundam's face separately, it managed to crack it. And I'm like, oh, I'm never using Tamiya again.
Really? I've never had that problem, man. Like literally never, and I use this stuff all the time.
I'm guessing it's because when I was doing the tears, because the tears are part of the face mask.
Right.
It went into the inside, because it's not the pigment itself that cracks, but I know it's the thinner, and you can't see that because it's invisible. Yeah. I'm pretty sure That's
That
what
is
like caused my downfall.
that is
Yeah, I had to buy a
99% of the
whole-
time what happens when you have crackage is it seeps in somewhere that you're not expecting, and when it gets in there, it just gets in there and starts messing up your day, man. It's rough.
Yeah, it's pain. Also, am I echoing?
Nope, you're good. At least
Okay.
not that I can hear,
Making
unless
sure
you.
'cause-
I mean, if you've got the volume up on the stream, you might be hearing yourself on the stream.
Oh no, I have it muted on the stream. No,
Oh, fair
because
enough.
what's it called? The other night I thought I was echoing because it was when other people talk, my emblem lights up too, and I haven't used Discord for that long, so.
Oh, okay.
No.
Nah, you're sounding
But
fine.
yeah, man. Thanks. Alright, yeah, the personal trooper right now, I'm looking and like eBay and stuff. 150 is like the average.
Yep, it is. I managed to get mine for less than that, but I think I paid 75 for it off of Amazon Japan, and I don't know if there's any left.
Probably not.
Because
Damn, I really would want to get one on either the trooper or Huckabine.
yeah, the Huckenbein runs about 120-ish, I think.
Yeah. Oof.
Like, these are not cheap. I mean, at the very least, though, you're not looking at what's the name of the Alt-Ison pricing or the Dienguar with the horse. Oh man, I really want to get that Dienguar with the horse, but every time I see it, that thing is like $250 to $300.
Mhm. Yeah. No, I could see that. Jesus Christ.
But it's also comes
they
with
are.
a gigantic
Kentucky.
horse. Oh, okay. Yeah, some of them are.
Yeah.
Some of them are different people. It's all over the place.
The ones that look more like, because I knew I recognized it because the trooper looks so much like the PO3. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Oh yeah, like it looks like he's like, you know what? I want to redo the wing. So we'll redo the wing, but also bring in some G Gundam as well. And it's like, all right, man, cool.
I love it, man. I love it. Honestly.
It is a pretty decent design. And like
Yeah,
the all of the 1/100 kits come with LEDs that you can put in, except for this one. But that's because this one comes with metal plated hand parts for the it's got a shining fist kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes with these metal plated hand parts, which are pretty awesome. And there are a couple of them. A couple of them actually come with pre-painted parts for like some of the super detailed stuff that is really hard to get otherwise. So like they put a lot of effort into them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like some of the, but then again, like you look at some of the other stuff Kodo puts out, like the armored core stuff and the frame arms, and it's like, dude, what were you guys thinking? This is not even close to being fun to build.
Mm-hmm. I think it's because they're so spread out and there's so many people that it's like, oh, they're under Kotobukiya, but there's so many like independent creators. You know what I'm saying? So the quality is so mismatched.
Yeah, it's kind of a disappointment at times because it's like you never know. You really have to go out and do a lot of research before you buy a Kodo kit to find out like, okay, what kind of Kodo kit am I getting this time? Like, is this going to be one of the ones that needs a lot of love and attention, like the Metal Gear kits, or is this one like the Super Robot Wars where you can just kind of slap them together, or is this one that's meant to be super customized, like the frame arms? It's just kind of bizarre. And then you have, like, of course, the Hexagear stuff and the modeling support goods line. And, like...
I love Hexagear modeling support goods, man. That's crazy.
Oh, the MSG stuff is always so fun.
For real.
That stuff looks straight up, like, ripped off of Gundam. Not gonna lie.
I mean, it's designed by Kotobukiya and, some of the other...
There's that one sword... There's that one sword that I keep seeing on Amazon that looks exactly like a freaking GN sword.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the MSG stuff? Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let me see. I know Galactic Toys has so much Kotobukiya like stuff.
Sometimes. That's where I got my Jack Alex, but then like I've been checking it the last couple of weeks and they have mostly, I mean, If it's
Yeah.
frame arms girls, I'm not gonna get it, so I don't count that. But
The
you know.
problem is that the armors that come with the frame arm girls are better than the armors for the kits that are named that they're supposedly based on. So like there's this whole like group of people that'll buy the frame and then buy the frame arms girls to get the better armor pieces, and it's like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's so
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, I'm not about to spend that kind of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the MSG, what Galactic has in MSG, and I'd say Galactic has the biggest selection of MSG. I don't know. I feel like Usag's.
Oh yeah, I mean, USAX has a decent amount. A lot of the sites seem to have a good amount of like MSG stuff, but I'm talking like actual like,
Oh,
kits. Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is that the really cool MSG stuff, of course, always sells out like immediately.
Mm-hmm. Let me
But-
see. Do they still have it here? Because I know they were selling the hands. I think they sold out of the hands already. Yeah. I also like. I'm gonna get into hand talk real quick. Not gonna be too long, I promise.
Talk about what you want, man. I'm just building. It's not like I'm giving a lecture on Super Robot Wars over here.
Just vibing. Oh yeah, I was gonna say the hands are also Kotoki Hajime. So the ones on the frame and on the what's it called? On those. Yeah, the MSG hands. Those are Kotoki Hajime drawings. I'm like, oh, those are really neat. But also, I'm gonna go print the ones you asked for the origin hands, right?
Yeah, and then
I'm gonna
some of the
go-
other ones and stuff too. So, I mean, do what you can, man. I'm not like you. You are not beholden to me in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm just gonna. Let's see. So just one pair of Age and one pair of Origin Fists, right?
Well, I wanted the set of Origin, the widespread, the fists, and the other one. I think you had 3 different styles.
Oh, for the Origins, I only had the Fists, but I can make those for you, yeah.
Oh no, that's fine. If that's all you got, that's cool too. Like, I thought you had shown off like some designs you had done where they were like widespread, like open hands or whatever. But if you don't have those, that's cool. I'm not upset about it. Like straight up
I
fists will be
do-
nice too, because I don't think the H kits come with those.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Because the expressive ones are like pretty much copies of the ones that come with RX-78 too. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But yes, I do have those. Man, these fingers are like freakishly long. Because that's the style. What's it called? If you look at your Verkockets on the new and the Sananju Stein Verkock,
Right.
the palm is so small compared to the fingers.
I have not looked at them.
Yeah, some small stuff, you know.
I mean, it's not something I normally pay attention to, but it's like it's one of those things where once you see something really good, you can't like unsee it, I guess is the way of putting it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you start to notice it a
Exactly.
lot more. And you're like, "Oh, okay, I get it."
Does the
Also-
new Verka have the the crappy wrists like the Cosby Verka has?
Yes,
Damn.
that is. Yeah, they're what's it called? Yeah, the wrists are definitely the weak point for those hands. That's why on the MGEX, they swapped them out for like static wrists. Kept the hands with, new wrists.
Yeah, the hands
but
are fine.
yeah, but the MGEX
Like the-
has its own set of problems in the hand department.
Oh, really? Like, what do you think?
Oh,
So?
they're the posable finger hands are the fingers just don't stay in. They're absolutely horrible.
The fingers? Oh, the Ka style hands?
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, that is true.
I don't know. The fingers on my Cosby Verka are perfect. It's just the wrists. there are MGs I've done where like the fingers won't hold a pose; they'll just kind of limply flip down.
These they just don't want to stay in the joints. Like you've got the your standard, like they're little ball joints where the fingers connect to the hand, but they don't ever want to stay in, and it's just frustrating to try and like pose them because the fingers just want to keep falling out all the time.
Is it the each individual fingers, or is it the 3, 1, and thumb?
They're the individual fingers.
Okay. Because my sister, when she was home on break, built the for Christmas. She built the MG full cloth.
Yep.
And that's got the 3 fingers model, and that thing, those fingers fall out constantly.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm the kind of guy, like, I understand. I really do. I get it. I see why people like having the full posable hands and everything. I don't know.
I want both.
Like,
is it really that much more expensive to give me holdy hands along with the posy hands? Like,
but the problem is like if the posable hands are crap and don't want to either hold a position or they just want to keep falling out, then what's the point? Like, if they're more trouble than they're worth having, then I don't
because
want them.
people will. I mean, you can make them work. There's all sorts of different ways you can reinforce them, but it would be nice to have, like, just give me sandwich hands. I'm happy with sandwich hands.
That's
as
what
an
the
option.
MG comes up with. It gives you both, so it's nice.
Yeah.
Like, I'm okay with sandwich hands too. Like, that is not a problem for me. But like, I want. It just feels weird that some kits have a wide range of hand types, and then you get some kits and it's like, nope, you just got your sandwich holdy hands and that's it. And it's like, okay, but would it really? Like, you literally already have the molds for all of this. Why not just include them?
Yeah. I usually only see just sandwich hands with HGs, though. I don't think I've ever seen that with any MGs I've built.
I mean, there's a bunch of HGs that have more than just the sandwich holdy hands. Like, now you don't get fully posable hands with HGs.
No, but
you
some of
usually
them
have
come
options.
with spread and spread, fist, and holdy.
Yeah, but not all of them, which is just kind of bizarre because it's like 90% of these things are using the exact same hands. Like, come on, Bandai.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, don't mess with us. We know you can do it. We know you got it in there.
Well, I just went ahead and bought the build hands, so that's helpful. But they don't fit in every kit, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I actually have 2 packs of the build hands that I got sent randomly. And I was like, oh, I might use these someday, and I've just never used them.
Yeah.
I think I bought them because I lost the hands on my Earth 3.
Mm.
And I ended up like, I've got this big old box, or 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes of spare parts. And I managed to find some that fit, but I think they were like some sort of IBO hands, so they look funny.
Right.
But they worked, but they looked funny.
Right.
So.
I mean, anything IBO kind of looks funny.
Yeah, I forgot you're the IBO hater.
I don't hate it. It's just not. It's just far from being
not
my
your thing.
favorite.
Yeah.
It's not very Gundam. that's it mostly, I think.
I don't know. It's still kind of Gundam me. Like, they didn't go all the way. There's, you know what I mean? Like, there's way more mechanical stuff than IBO out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, I don't think it's not Gundam-y. I don't like the style of it, and
The themes.
It's just, I don't know. I watched like a couple episodes of it, and I was just kind of like, this is a thing. Like, I don't hate it. It's just not something I could see myself continuing to watch a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of get it. It's the show definitely is not your typical Gundam arc, I would say. Um, there's not like two big armies going against each other or anything like that. It's almost like they tried to do What If Gundam but Cowboy Bebop.
It's not even really that. Like, I honestly think the thing that turns me off about it and like really kind of makes me not like appreciate it, or I don't know if appreciate is the right word, but just not like it makes it not really something I like go out of my way for. Is I just don't like I don't like the animalistic look of the kids. Like that's just it just doesn't. I don't know. It's just something that doesn't appeal to me. But at the same
They don't
time,
all look like that.
they don't like. There's some designs like I really like the way the bio looks. Like, I think that's really cool. And you know,
In
like,
fact, I would actually say that most of them don't look like animals.
right.
It's mostly just Barbatones.
But the other side of it is that almost
Flower
all
looks
of
like
them
a mantis.
use like almost all of them use like these really ridiculous over the top like completely impractical never would work physically, like physics just don't work for the weapons that they use, and I'm like
Oh, you're talking about the remake?
I think we had discussions about this, and I think you're very wrong about that. I get where you're coming from, but I think all you have to do is make the weapon from a different material than the frame that's lighter, and it works.
but at that point they become useless.
No, not necessarily. If you know material science, they could easily be very useful. If they're lighter, especially if they're actually more flexible, they're less likely to break. And no, they could definitely be useful. And you want big ass weapons like that because it gives you a large lever arm for your torque, so you get more force when you hit something with it. Like that mace would be useless if it didn't have a ridiculously long handle.
Yeah, but then it feels
That's
like
just
if
physics.
but again the other side of the physics, it feels like if you're swinging something that large, right, that's got to have enough that it's got to be strong enough material, and it's got to be massive enough to actually like make an impact on something that's just as big as you are across the battle.
You're assuming that strong and heavy are synonymous, which is absolutely not the case.
No, but it still comes down to mass. It doesn't matter if it's heavy; it's still got to have mass.
Well, mass directly converts to weight in gravity. But anyways, I don't know how to explain
Right, like I'm saying, I'm not saying it has to be heavy, but it does have to have mass. Therefore, it will end up being heavy in order for it to work.
No,
the way that they
that's
show it
not
in the
true.
show.
It doesn't have to be dense. There are extremely strong metals that are quite light. They exist in the real world.
Like,
well, for instance, like what is it? Titanium, aluminum. Those can both be very strong and are quite light when compared to things like iron or steel. So there's, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but
but there's a really good reason
all-
why you don't see a history of weaponry made out of aluminum.
Because they didn't have it. That's why they couldn't figure out how to use it. It requires technology to process it properly to make it viable.
All
Same
right.
thing with like titanium. Like it existed, but they couldn't have used it because they didn't have the technology to. Like, yes, you see a history of steel primarily because that was the thing that they figured out how to make.
It's not even a
That's
history,
why.
man. It is like even now, like
Well,
knives,
now you use plastic.
high quality cutlery, and even like when was the last time you
Ceramics.
went out and bought an aluminum sledgehammer?
Well, you don't because you want it to be heavy. That's the point.
Right, that's the point.
sledgehammer.
That's the point of any
Yeah.
of those types of weapons. They have to have a lot of mass.
a mace wouldn't work if it's not heavy though.
It
That's
depends. It depends on how much. See, the reason the sledgehammer is heavy is because most people, it's compensating for a lack of strength that individuals have. But if the mobile suit is strong enough, it doesn't matter how heavy the weapon is.
But the problem there is that if your mobile suit is swinging around something that is the problem is the physics don't work from a like it would if it's swinging that hard, it's going to knock itself off its feet every single time it swings that weapon.
Not necessarily. If it's not a heavy weapon, then if the fulcrum of the motion is the mobile suit, because the mobile suit is the heaviest thing in the equation, that won't happen. It won't swing. It'll be able to control it. And that's the whole point of all those pistons inside of there, is to prevent that. You use hydraulic pressure to prevent it from spinning out of control. There's all sorts of shit that you can do. Like, have you ever seen those Boston Dynamics videos that look bizarre because the way the things move? Like,
yeah,
it
but
looks
that's
really creepy. That's because they're using all these weird technologies to make it work. And it's stuff that's very counterintuitive to us. Like, I think the most
it's not
bullshit thing about mecha... No, it's completely counterintuitive, because mechs would not move the way humans move. It wouldn't work.
No, I totally get that. I understand it. What is counterintuitive and what doesn't make sense in IBO is that for those weapons to be effective, they're unrealistic for the size that they are.
I disagree. They're not even taller than the mobile suit itself. They're like the same height. Historically, people have used weapons that are taller than them. Like, if you're talking about history. Those I'm looking at my Barbatos right now, and neither the samurai sword nor the mace is slightly taller than the Barbatos.
Right, but go back in history and look at the weapons that you're talking about. They're not meant to be fast, agile weapons, which is how they use them in IBO. They are meant to somebody walks out onto the battlefield and swings that shit around and mow that down.
Because our muscles aren't made of fucking metal, and we don't have hydraulic pressure.
But hydraulic pressure in metal doesn't excuse the fact that it has to have some sort of flexibility.
Yeah, no, absolutely the weapon would have flexibility.
No, I'm not talking about the weapon, I'm talking about the frame. If you see robotics and how they grip stuff, that like Boston Dynamics, simple stuff, carrying boxes, they use hinges, right? Hinges and hydraulics, but they don't have muscles, and muscles are better for moving stuff around. Hydraulics aren't a replacement of muscles, and just making hydraulics bigger can't replicate the usefulness that muscles are. You can't really compare. You can't swing weapons as effectively with hydraulics. It doesn't replace muscles. You can't.
I mean, you could use pneumatics. You could use electric motors. There's all sorts of shit you could do.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have enough proportional strength to support that. Do you know how much proportional strength that's in your hand for you to pick stuff up?
Oh, it depends on who you are. Every single person has a vastly different amount of strength in their hands.
Yeah, but on
average. Not very much. Not a whole lot. Yeah. Well, and also a part of the reason is because we have nerve endings on our fingers, so we don't use our full strength when we pick things up because we have negative feedback. Like, there's a whole thing. Yeah, absolutely. These robots would not work like humans, which is why they can do shit that doesn't make sense for humans to do.
No, but you don't understand weight distribution.
I think maybe I do. I think maybe I had to learn all this shit to become a nuclear operator on a submarine.
Yeah, but do submarines have arms?
That's not the point. I had to learn material science. I had to learn kinesthetics. I had to learn particle physics. I had to learn all sorts of shit that will apply to robots with arms. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all nonsense, because to make a robot that big doesn't make sense. So, I don't know why you would nitpick about the weapons either, because none of the robots make sense.
It's not really a nitpick. At the end of the day, it's just one of the reasons why I'm just kind of like meh on IBO.
Yeah.
Like I just don't feel that the weaponry makes sense for how they use it or the like even in context it doesn't make much sense.
I mean, beam sabers don't make sense
No, they don't.
Like-
I don't like using those either.
at all.
Like I honestly I don't like I like the designs of mobile suits, but from a practical like war standpoint, mobile armors are by far the most practical. Like you would not want a mobile suit in space. Mobile suits in space that have arms and legs are the stupidest thing I have ever seen in my life. Space use mobile suits that have arms and legs shouldn't exist because it's the dumbest waste of materials I've ever seen.
Well, core fighters would be the most usable. Those make the most sense because they're small targets and they can maneuver quickly and change direction quickly.
Right, and like if you really want like a large like weapons platform that can do a lot of damage, that's where your mobile armors come in. Like those make the most sense, like overall. Small fighters and mobile armors and like like Gundams that transform to fly in space are like, oh come on, this is so stupid. Like none of this works. But at the end of the day, it's also like, oh man, that was really cool. Look at how that thing, like there's that wow factor and like the cool factor. And to me, IBO just never had that wow cool factor. So I was just kind of like, meh on it.
Yeah. Whereas I feel like giant fucking mace, wow, cool.
Right. And that's entirely like a personal opinion thing. And that's like, it's I'm not saying anybody's wrong for liking IBO. I'm just saying like, it's just not my thing.
Which is fine. I just think that the argument that it doesn't make sense is a funny argument if you're trying to compare it to the rest of Gundam.
Oh no, nothing in Gundam ever makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, Origin kind of does with the mobile workers, but I'd say it stops at the mobile workers.
Right, that's what I say. Yeah, the mobile workers make sense.
Yep, that's it.
Like the idea of like even going into like other franchises, I guess you get the like the loader or whatever from Aliens. Like that's one of the most sensible mecha I've ever seen in my life.
Well,
Like,
because it's
that
not
actually-
a mech. It's like a body
Exoskeleton,
enhancement. It's like exoskeleton.
Right, and that's
Which-
by far the most like the only thing that I've ever seen from a even remotely mecha standpoint. That's like, yep, that's something that we will eventually be building to help with
Well,
construction.
do you
and stuff.
remember, Ambassador? Do you remember Exo Squad?
I do remember Exo Squad. I loved those toys, and they were
That-
silly
yeah.
and ridiculous.
But they were awesome.
They were awesome. They were super
that was-
fun.
That was like exosuit kind of things. But they
Kind
were
of.
like the basic ones looked
Yeah.
a lot like the loader from Aliens. Like
Yeah,
the,
but then you could.
but then
they
you got
ended
to
up
like
getting
the
something-
more like Xeon looking ones kind of that had all sorts of crazy shit on them.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, Exo Squad was cool, and each one of them had that little like power core thing. You remember that?
yep,
The clear piece.
yep.
Yeah, that was
It's-
cool as hell.
It's kind of a shame that like that didn't take off, but like there's so many like franchises and stuff like that from the 80s that never
That
took off.
period was just everybody make cartoons and toys. Is
Yep.
how I feel. Like my childhood, there was like a million freaking.
Oh man, so there's a
Different.
YouTube channel called Toy Galaxy, and that's really all that guy talks about is like franchises and toy lines and stuff from the 80s and like the history behind them and everything. And it's fascinating, but it is like, holy crap, I didn't even remember that half of these things existed. Like, holy shit, that like, oh yeah, I guess I kind of remember that, and then like you see more of it and you're like, I might have probably owned
Because
those
you remember like
toys.
you remember like the main ones, like Thundercats and what's
like the stuff that,
Voltron,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
the stuff that never really went away, like Transformers, GI Joe, Thundercats, Voltron, like the stuff that constantly is getting rebooted or brought up in pop culture. But then you go back and you're like, hey, remember stuff like Jason the Wheeled Warriors, or what was the one where they were Silverhawks, which was Thundercats
I
in
loved
space. And
Silverhawks. Silverhawks was so good though.
I'm not saying it wasn't, but it's just like this is the stuff that people like don't really remember.
I
Okay.
feel like
What? No, that's not how that
well,
goes at all.
I don't know which one came first, but there was like some serious crossover between like Silverhawks and Cowboy Bebop as far as like aesthetic goes.
Oh no,
Like I remember there was
Silverhawks
one
definitely
guy
came
with a
first.
giant metal arm in Silverhawks, and he had, I think it was one of the main guys, and he had like this little mechanical bird or whatever.
Yeah, but
Um,
like Silverhawks definitely came before Bebop.
Okay, because that guy definitely had like Jet's arm.
Yeah, because Silverhawks was like 84 to 86, somewhere in that time frame, and Bebop was like 99 or
And
early
Silverhawks
2000.
was probably, it was probably Japanese made, right?
No, that was US.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I mean, a lot of the animation for some of that stuff was outsourced to places like Toei and studios in Japan, but a lot of them were created in the US.
Okay. I just remember it looked kind of anime-y.
Yeah, because that was really what they were going for, was that high action style of animation and all. All right,
Yeah.
I do need the J runners now. Clear eye pieces. I'm kind of disappointed that this kit doesn't have LEDs to go in the head like the other ones do, but this one's got a whole transformation gimmick, so I guess they were like, you can have a transformation gimmick, or you can have LEDs. But you can't have both.
Mm. I'm just trying to, right now I'm painting the gray parts on my heavy arms
Nice.
MG,
The ones that go inside the
because
shoulders?
I want to, just all the gray parts. I took it all the way apart, and I'm doing all the gray parts.
Okay. Yeah, I painted
Because I figure, why not?
I painted the gray parts that are inside the shoulders where the missiles are, because they're the exact same color as the missiles, and I'm like, that doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
Like, I want to make sure the people can tell that there's missiles in there.
Well, I'm probably gonna do like, so right now I'm painting all the gray parts. I'm airbrushing it. This
Nice.
like mixture of gunmetal and clear,
Yep.
gloss clear. So it's not gonna be like full on gunmetal color, but it'll have a little bit of the metallic to it. And then because I need to also panel line it, because when I built it was before I started doing the panel lining with the Tamiya stuff.
Right.
And so I took it all the way apart so I can do that.
Cool. Yeah, I got the
And then
the Heavy Arms Custom coming later this month, and I'm going to end up painting a lot of that.
Dude, I freaking regret not pre-ordering the Eagle when it came back on USP Bandai, bro.
you can get a knockoff one pretty
The-
easily.
The knockoff, like, Daban? Or, yeah.
I don't know if it's Daban or if it's like, it might be Effect Wings.
I believe there is a Daybon one as well. I don't know though. It's either Daybon or Supernova, but I'm pretty sure Daybon, because I don't think
It's not
Supernova has
Supernova.
their. Yeah, I don't think they've done a Heavy Arms yet, have they?
They have, yeah, they've done
It
two
does
of them.
the custom, but not the...
Yeah, they did both.
Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, no, I did see the Eagle unit sold separately for Daban.
Yeah, well, I mean, Supernova did the Heavy Arms Custom and the Heavy Arms Eagle unit, but I don't think they sell the Eagle unit by itself.
I didn't even know they had
But
done
I
the
think
Heavy Arms.
Effect Wings are, yeah, they've done all of them. I think at this point, if you search Supernova, you'll find like a bunch of the kits on eBay for way too much money.
The only ones I've seen are the Altron, the Sandrock, and the Death Scythe.
Well, those are the ones that they have on Gundam Central right now.
Okay.
But if you just Google it and then look at the eBay results, you'll see a bunch of other ones. Like they've done wing ones already,
Okay.
but they're not like currently in print. I'm assuming because they're like $80 and then $60 shipping.
Right.
So
I will say I like the Dragon Momoko Death Scythe, probably the best out of all the third-party Death Scythes.
which one? The Death Scythe or the Hell?
The hell?
So the older one.
Yeah, I like the exposed ribs kind of look going on in there.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's the new one. That's the
Possibly.
new one.
Yeah.
Ah,
If you go on Gundam Central, they have both of them now. They used to only have the new one, and now they've got both.
okay, but yeah, I like that one because it's like, those exposed ribs are kind of cool, but ironically, I don't like them enough to actually buy them. I don't know why. Just nah, not my thing.
Mm.
So I
Yeah,
think
I didn't want to get that one because I didn't think it would go with well enough with the rest of the wing stuff.
right.
So I ended up getting just the regular. I ordered the Death Scythe Hell Bandai one MG. Ultron Supernova Ultron Blue.
Yep, I
Color.
got that. Ordered that one yesterday, actually.
Yeah, I think I ordered it like last week or something. And then I'm getting Sandrock Custom from P Bandai this month. And I just picked up Wing Zero Verka the other day. So
Yeah, I still need to get a Wing Zero Verka, but I'm kind of waiting for my local shop to get it in so that I can, support the fact that they're trying to carry Gunpla. But man, it is
that's right,
really
yeah.
hard to wait because, yeah,
I mean,
Bluefin kind of sucks
get
as a
it.
distributor.
I got mine from my local hobby shop. Granted, it's a hobby town, but whatever.
Right. But man, Bluefin is just terrible as a distributor. Like I was on their
Really?
site the other day and they're sold out of almost every kit that they sell through their distribution site. It's like, really, guys? Like
I didn't
nobody
even
can
know
order
they did
crap
that.
from them.
The stimulus just hit, so everybody's trying to spend it.
I guess.
Yeah, have you looked? I looked at USAGs the other day, and they are way low on kits right now.
Yeah.
Like I think a week ago they had like 3 or 4 pages of MGs. Now they're down to like not even a full page.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I mean, this was Bandai, like the actual back end for their distribution, because I actually do the ordering for my local.
So then you can order
store.
yourself a Wing Zero.
I would. The problem is that you cannot get one item shipped, and they don't have enough in stock to make it worth buying any. Like, there's just not enough there to make it worthwhile for like going out and restocking anything else because they just don't have anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, like, and half the stuff if you look on their distributor portal and it says, oh, it's in stock, and you click through and it's like, nope, can't add it to your cart because we don't have any. And I'm like, then why is it labeled as in stock? All the Ava kits are like that, and it's like, but why would you tell me it's in stock on one page and then when I try to add it to my order, you tell me it's not? There's a problem.
That sounds
here.
awful.
Their site is just really bad.
It's not sound good, that's for sure.
To be fair, I've never really been on a distributor's website that has worked very well, ever. Which is kind of unfortunate given what those guys, like, that's what they're supposed to do. Like, I think a lot of distributors actually
Distribute
just rely...
things?
Well, yeah, like, make it easy for, your customers to get the stuff that you're trying to sell them. But I think I think a lot of what it comes down to is a lot of distributors rely on, like, their sort of on-the-ground sales force to be putting in the orders, and not people actually ordering through their normal websites and everything. But it just makes it frustrating for people who do want to use the website.
I used to hang out at my local bar. I don't drink anymore, but and I knew the owner, and sometimes I would be in there when those like sales guys came in, and it was like, it felt so anachronistic to me. I was like, I can't believe this is still a job.
Right. Like, why has this not been replaced by computers yet? Oh, because these types of companies are shit at building websites.
Well, also, I think it makes slightly more sense for like alcohol salesmen and stuff because they're always trying to sell them on like ridiculous shit. But like, there's only so many Bandai kits. and they can't even really keep up with demand. So
Well, I mean, but they sell more than Bandai kits, right? Like the Bluefin site sells a whole bunch of
Flame
like,
toys, yeah.
yeah, they do Flame
Kotobukiya.
Toys, they do Tamashi Nations, which is still Bandai, I guess. But they also do Storm Collectibles. Like, there's a whole bunch of shit on there, and like all of that stuff is pretty much usually out of stock as well. Or it's like, call your rep to get pricing, and it's like, no, why would I do that? Why can't you just give me the pricing up front?
Because they do it per person. Yeah, it's so sus.
or that's like I worked for a while. I worked for when I got out of the military, I worked at Tiger Direct as like not the website, but they used to have like physical stores.
Yep.
And I was working as a salesperson just because I was bored. And we had like direct to business sales guys. There were like 2 of them. And that was all they did was direct to business sales or business to business. I think they called it B2B.
Yep. I mean, that's literally what my job is building B2B websites. And like every single one I've ever worked on is like, like, here's what your personal account pricing and everything is. You don't actually have to talk to a physical person to get this information. But most companies that I've worked with that, like, like Bandai and everything, it's like, oh, no, we really want you to talk to our salesperson. And it's like, yeah, but I shouldn't have to, and I don't want to.
I think they're working on a myth that I don't think is necessarily true, which is that talking to a sales guy is going to get you to buy more.
Right.
I think that worked for a long time, but I think nowadays people are way too jaded for that.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's like the least number of people I can talk to get what I need, the better off my life will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Because like 9 times out of 10, like people who are ordering stuff know what they want to order. Like they're not looking to be sold on anything. It's like, nope, I already know what I'm gonna get. I don't need you to tell me what you think I need. And then if you try to tell me what you think I need, I'm going to get upset because I just want the thing that I already know that I want.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny to hear you say all this stuff though, because I was in that Hobbyton the other day, and one of the guys there that works there was talking to another guy who was buying Bandai stuff. Which there's not a whole lot of us. At least I don't usually see people buying Bandai stuff when I'm there. Right. But so he asked the guy, he's like, "Oh, how's our selection? Is our selection any good?" And the guy's like, well, you could have more MGs." And the guy that works for the store was like, "Actually, like those are really hard to get." And he also said they're hard to sell, which I don't know. That could be because the MGs that they did have were all like the $200+ ones.
Oh,
the problem with
and
selling
it's like, no shit, you're not going to sell those.
The problem with selling MGs is that they are like they're not for people who are just gonna like walk in off the street and get it. So like that's like you have to have a dedicated community of people who want that in order for selling MGs to really be super effective. Because most people are going to walk in, and if they don't know what they're looking for, they're going to look at an HG, and they're going to look at the box art, and they're going to be like, that's cool. And they're going to look at an MG, and they're going to look at a box art and be like, that's cool. And then they're going to look back at the HG and go, and this one is like a third of the price. So...
Well, that's why it would be good if they stocked like the reasonably priced MGs. But they seem to gravitate towards the stupid price ones for some reason. I don't know why.
Because they look impressive on the shelf, but they don't sell?
I guess, but that Deep Striker has been there for months.
Right, because it doesn't sell. But man, it looks impressive on the shelf. Like,
yeah,
it's like stores that stock perfect grades. Why would you stock a perfect grade? Order it when somebody wants it. Like...
Yeah, this place tends to have like 1 or 2 perfect grades. Like, that's it. They have 1 or 2, and they just sit there. So they've got a PGU right now, and they've got 7 sword, I think. But like, I heard bad things about the 7 sword, so.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, it's like, now if it's the brand new master grade, and you know that you've got people who come in browsing for stuff and probably aren't, and are going to come into your shop and buy stuff, and it's brand new and it was just released, sure, carry the new master grade. But there's no reason after that to go back and order like the double Zeta Verka or the Faz or something like that if it's like 2 years old. Like you're not going to sell that thing.
It's funny, the Faz, like I saw both of those actually get sold at the store. So there was they had a Faz for probably, I don't know, like a month or something. And then they had a what?
How are their prices though?
They're MSRP. They're just regular, so I think the Faz was like 115 or something like that, or 120.
Yeah, that's the average price.
Yeah, it's just MSRP. So, because they're like Hobbytown is like individually owned, but they're a franchise. So I'm assuming there's some sort of rules they have to follow. And probably pricing things at MSRP is probably part of that, because pretty much all their kits are MSRP.
Yeah.
But I saw both a Faz and an MG Double Zeta full armor, or whatever it's called, the one that's colored, get sold.
That's the old one.
Yeah, the old one, both the old one and the new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying they never sell, but it's like, it just seems like it's such a gamble to like carry the old stuff when like, and if it's like really old and nobody else is carrying it, then that's one thing. Because then you can be like, hey, I can like, if nothing else, I'll put this up on a website and flip it online. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the times it's just like, yeah, but why? What's the point there?
I think part of it too is like, I don't know. For me, as somebody who's still relatively like new to the hobby, that old stuff is fine because I probably haven't done it. So,
right.
I'm buying old ass HGUC kits from there because I haven't done them yet.
Right, but you're not going in like, impulse buying a, $250 MG or a perfect grade or something. No. Like that's more what I'm talking about. Like those are.
If I did that.
Right, like stock a couple of PGUs because they're new.
I don't expect them to have like a. Well, yes, they have one PGU and then they have 3 MGXs, but I have not they've had those 3 MGXs since it came out. They haven't sold one.
Yeah, because I mean they're I don't know. It just feels like it would be a hard sell for anybody to go in and be like, that looks interesting. I don't think I've ever seen it here before, or I don't really know what it is, but it's $250, so I'll plop that change down.
Well, I will say that the store is kind of in like a more like affluent area. So
fair enough.
There are people that live around there that drop that kind of money as an impulse buy, but not me. So
I mean, I
live in that like one. I live in that one part of the rich area that's not rich, like where they have like I live in like a small townhouse.
Right. Right.
But I'm in the school district with the people with like millionaires and shit. So with their McMansions.
I get that feeling. Understand it perfectly.
Yeah. So there are definitely people that will drop that kind of money just on an impulse. I mean, that shop does more RC than anything else, and RC is way more expensive than Bandai.
Yeah, but like RC is also something that's also far more like widespread in the US.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think it still seems kind of niche to me. Like, I don't know. I mean,
I will say this:
more niche than Bandai. I'll say that, but
I know way more people who get into RC stuff than I do people who get into Gunpla. I'm not saying that that's like a universal, but it just seems like it's one of those things where, like, if you were to go to any given town, there's a good chance that in a decent sized town, especially if it's kind of a college town, that you'll find a shop doing RC supplies and RC type stuff, but finding an actual like dedicated Gunpla store, much harder.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to find a dedicated Gunpla store.
No, there are several places I know of in my area that, well, not really in my area.
That are just Gunpla?
Gunpla and, like, model hobby type stuff. Like, but it's definitely, like, the Japanese-style hobby stuff. So you get, like, Kodo stuff, you get Bandai stuff, you get I think
Okay.
there's one of the stores that just started selling the Maschinenkrieger stuff.
That's crazy.
How much does that cost? That's gotta be expensive.
It's I think the cheapest one I saw was like $50, and it was tiny. Like any of the
Yeah,
bigger
'cause-
ones are gonna run you like $75 or so.
That's
75
basically
and
those are
up.
basically like boutique kits.
Yeah.
Like, they probably have a store like that, like in Chicago, but fuck, I'm not gonna take that. I hate going to Chicago. I hate it.
I actually don't know if there's one in Chicago.
There's gotta be one. It's probably not in like the downtown. It might be like in the outskirts or like Rogers Park or something.
I mean, you'd think,
But-
but like the only store I know that used to do that was way out near Rockford, and that was
Near where?
like, near Rockford, but that closed down.
Oh, yeah, like everything in Rockford.
Well, I mean, if it's not ABC, it closed down. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's got to be something downtown. Like it's probably hidden away. I mean, there's like a Chinatown that probably has something.
You'd
But-
expect it. I've just never seen or heard about it, so it's. And you'd think that would be
I
something that
haven't
would
been.
be.
I haven't investigated it. I haven't been to the city since I started. I mean, I started this in quarantine. Obviously, I haven't been there. But,
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it feels like if it existed, I would have known about it by now, since I just live up in Milwaukee. Not Milwaukee. I don't live in Milwaukee. I live in Madison. Forge lives in Milwaukee.
way up there.
That loser.
Is it
in
super
his
cold there
Milwaukee.
today? Because it's super cold here.
I wouldn't say super cold. It's been.
Well,
meh.
during the day it was all right. It's just like the last couple hours, the temperature is plummeted.
Yeah, it's supposed to get cold the next couple days, and then by like next week, it's supposed to be back up into like almost the 40s. And it's like, really, guys, this is how we're doing it now. I'm just not going to be able to agree on a temperature anymore. All right, whatever. Although I will
just
say
want-
it's better than it was like what 2 years ago, where it was negative 40 at this time of year.
Oh god, that was awful.
Ugh.
That was
I
so
actually.
bad.
I actually had to move. I actually moved because of that. Because one of the place I was staying in was, let's just say, poorly constructed, apparently. And there was no insulation between where the it was an apartment complex, and there was no insulation between where the so there's the dryer was in like sort of the center of the apartment. So it had to, pump the hot air out. So there's clearly a duct that ran through the apartment to the outside. Well, like the last 3 feet of that ductway had no insulation
Oh
to the
no.
outside. So the air got in and got up into the... Just totally got up
It
into the
froze the
pipes.
coils, didn't it?
No, it
Yeah.
froze the... It froze the water inside of the sprinkler head pipes. Or the
Oh, it
sprinkler
froze the
pipes.
sprinklers.
Busted
Okay.
one of the sprinkler heads off, and I wake up at like 2 a.m. and I just hear what sounds like somebody just spraying a water hose on the side of my place, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I go downstairs and I'm like standing in like 2 inches of freezing water, and I'm like, this is just not good. So I go to like the downstairs bedroom, which was kind of my Gunpla studio at the time. Water just shooting across the room out of the sprinkler head, like just pouring
no.
everywhere, and I was like, okay, this is fucked. Thankfully, like nothing got messed up. I didn't like lose anything that was like super major expensive or anything. But it was like, okay, this is just fucking awful. And then of course, because the water pressure dropped in the sprinkler system, the fire alarm started going off because that's how that works. And so then everybody had to go outside in negative 40-degree weather and wait for the fire department to show up to give the all clear and shut everything off. And then, of course, it was like 3 weeks of people trying to clean my place. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm moving out.
Yeah.
Like, they
That's
weren't even going to,
messed
like, replace the carpets or the baseboards or anything in that place. And I'm like, if you're not going to, like, Like that's like a health hazard. Like there's gonna be like mold starting to grow on this shit. Like, nah, I'm out. Peace.
Go to the left too. Oh man, that's why you gotta have all the HGs, right? You build like a wall between your expensive shit and possible danger
There you
using
go.
HG.
There you go. HG, fucking HG seed kits, the old ones. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
No.
I just wanted to get nice and warm outside so I can mess around more with this like leveling thinner stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, this is not the time of year that I want to be trying to paint anything, so all of my painting projects are on hold. So I'm just doing straight builds for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't
What's up,
really
man?
get that. Like, the humidity. No, the humidity in my area is like 55%. It goes up to 80%, and I never had a problem with paint.
it's got
I'm
nothing
not-
to do with humidity. It's got to do with the fact
Yeah.
that I have to open a window to vent the air out, and when it's like 2 degrees outside, that's not a fun time for sitting around trying to paint.
Well, and
yeah, I
even
think-
opening a window, like I have my like DIY spray booth with a duct that goes to an exhaust fan that goes out my window. Even with this setup, that lacquer thinner is just way too strong.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got used to smelling that lacquer in.
Well,
I don't have a problem
you
with
spray
the
in a
smell.
garage though, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
In the
see,
garage?
I'm
Yeah.
spraying a tiny little room.
Well, yeah, I just cracked the garage open. That's
Yeah.
really it. It's
I mean,
it's more or less the same. I used to spray in my room actually.
I paint in
Too.
my room too, like that. The smell doesn't bother me, even when I'm using like the Mr. Surfacer and the Mr. Color leveling thinner. Like that stuff doesn't really bother me. It's just I cannot. I am not a cold weather person. On like I like the cold weather better than I do the hot weather, but I'm not gonna sit here and be like, all right, I'm gonna freeze so that I can paint. Nope, not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
How's it
not the
going?
smell as much as it gives me like a migraine.
How's it going, Math?
Hey. I
Guten-
was just about to
guten
start
Tag.
the gym, but I noticed that it's 3:30 here, so yeah, that happened. I should probably go to bed.
You probably should.
Yeah, it's hellish.
But
Are
like,
you guys
yeah, I
still
don't
under?
feel tired anymore.
You guys still under strict lockdown over there?
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, probably next week, maybe. Maybe I can go.
dude, there's seriously no rush on that. I would much rather like wait on that and you sit there and be safe in your home than. No, Bobby
Yeah, all I
jumped over. To
Well,
gym.
the problem is the only time I can go out is either to go buy shit or like work. I don't have a job, so working's not a thing I can do. And yeah, and we have police patrols, so if the police sees me, I'm fucked. So
Well,
yeah.
Like I said, I would much rather you stay home and be safe than like risk it to try and get to the post office for my sake. I mean, I've heard that a lot of Europe is sort of in the same boat when it comes to lockdowns and stuff. I got a friend in France who's constantly dealing with it. I got, Hank over in the UK is dealing with it. So
Yeah.
all right.
Shit is annoying. But yeah, it's what it is, man.
Again, better safe than sorry. You don't want to be like us dumb Americans getting all the COVIDs in every place because people will need to go get their hair cuts.
Oh yeah, no. I mean,
No, you
like
can say it.
we
We're-
also have
crazy.
we have our own idiots here. Like the numbers after Christmas went up. What do you think people do? Numbers
mean-
after New Year just go up even higher. And I'm just like, you didn't learn from Christmas, so now you all gotta get a fucking Nah, they're idiots.
Yeah.
Mm.
I haven't actually seen if there's been a significant rise in U.S. cases since Christmas. I have not. I mean, I haven't looked into it. I would imagine there probably is been, but
I'm I'm pretty sure there is, because what's it called? We have stricter lockdowns, like because I go to work every week. Yeah, we're not allowed to go into like chill in the break room anymore.
oh
Like we
man,
have to go outside. Yeah.
ouch. Yeah, my office hasn't been in the office. Like they haven't been allowing people in the office since March, so which sucks because I don't like working from home all the time because it gets boring. It's like, all right, I guess I'm gonna get off of my computer and get on my other computer right here in the same seat. Okay, yay, fun time.
I guess I'm just gonna not move at all.
Well, like that's
Well,
90% of the reason why I started doing the streams and everything is because it's like it gets me away from the same scenery. At least I'm doing something.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I've been living in my room for like the last essentially year now, almost, because like I had uni, we had break from February to March. March was the first lockdown. Uni was like, yeah, we're closed now. Then for like 3 months there was nothing. Then they were like, oh yeah, we're uni, we should probably like do online classes. So half of the teachers did online class because the other half couldn't figure it out. By the way, we're an IT school, so that's great to know that people teaching about IT can't fucking get online classes to work.
There's a large difference between knowing how to program and deal with networking issues on a large
No,
scale.
it's not that they're programmers. Like, we learn all the shit. We learn networking, we learn security, all of that.
Yeah, but unless you are learning Zoom and your Zoom professor can't get online, then I think it's acceptable. Cat, are you making noises at me again? I thought we talked about this.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Cat?
And then,
Eh.
like, ever since March of last year, or basically end of January last year, I've been home, not doing anything.
Yeah, that's rough, man. I totally sympathize with you. Like,
But I just wanna quit uni at this point. It's so I can't take it anymore. I just wanna do something again.
don't quit
Also, I want
school.
money. I have the highest education already from school. Like, the only thing I'm doing right now is uni, which is a specification that I don't really enjoy. And like, I'm quite early into it, so I could just quit.
I would recommend against it, but I'm also the kind of person who's like, always stay in school, always try and better yourself. So
I can't better myself if I fucking don't have, if I can't go to school, man. Like, we didn't even have exams for the last year. Because of COVID, they didn't allow us to have exams because we were too many people in the school at that point.
I mean, I sympathize with you, dude. I really do. Just stick with it. You'll be happy about it later.
It's just a year that I've wasted.
Man,
Because
everybody, this
now-
whole year has been a waste. Like, you're not.
Yeah,
This
no,
is- it's not
at
unique.
least other schools like allow the exams and that they actually move on, but we just have the same stuff now again that we had last year
Oh, that is pretty BS then.
because they just basically wasted an entire year for all of us, which we have to pay for, and that goes down from our maximum time at uni.
Ah, okay, that does.
So
suck.
they just stole us a year that we have to pay for.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty crap. Not gonna lie. I can't sugarcoat that one for you. That is pretty crap.
Yeah. If I at least was like a year earlier, I would have I could have gotten like internship basically for
Right.
half a year, so we at least have like something to do and get paid. But like the problem with that is, oh yeah, nice, welcome to home office, because well, working in IT, yeah, you're going to home office, right?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what everybody around here's done.
Yeah, so now have an internship while home officing. Yeah, that doesn't quite work out, especially because the uni doesn't tell you how to fucking do anything. It's just like, oh yeah, this is how the history of the internet works and shit. And I'm like, but can you teach us how to fucking do the shit? And they're like, no,
That has
that's
been
what you have the
something.
internship for. And I'm like,
That has been
there's a
something that.
problem here.
That's something I've been complaining about with U.S. Schools as well lately, being the person in charge of hiring developers at my company. It's like you get people who know a lot of like theory stuff, but you ask them to actually code something, and then it just all falls apart. And
Yeah,
it's
like
like,
we have
what?
like 1 hour a week in that we actually code, and it's like, oh yeah, now code a Hello World program. We had 3 weeks for that,
That's why
and I'm like,
you always keep
I'm just
yourself
like,
busy with personal projects, like writing a
yeah,
shop for the
like,
Crow server.
did you do it?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
you
Crow
did that.
mark.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I didn't know who was it, but yeah, okay.
Oh, I think Bobby had to
Yeah, I
step
mean,
away. That's usually
the
what he does when he
problem
pops
is,
into general, Nani.
I, yeah, the problem I have is like, I don't know most things. I just know like the basics. Um, like I have no personal interest in programming at all. So like that's the thing. I'm not sure if I want to go into the programming slash security route or if I just want to go like the IT business shit.
Yeah, if you don't have any interest in software development, then don't like go ahead and stop now because it doesn't get any better.
Yeah, like especially like because I'm also focusing on like the security thing, and I'm just like, none of this is hitting my fancy in any way, right? Like it's just, oh yeah, here's that, here's that, here's that. That's how you do it. I'm like, okay, but can you at least teach us how to hack or something? They're like, no, but you can do this. And then they just like explain how hackers would do it, but they don't show it themselves, or like they don't let us try it out or anything. Like we have a we have like a server. You can just isolate that server and just let us try to hack the server, right? Or just like put a fucking message somewhere coded in the server and just like let us find that, right? They don't even do shit like that.
Hmm.
We have to do like, there were other students offering that, so half of our class just went to like the other students to do that because
Huh.
they did that, because the uni itself couldn't do that.
That is pretty
So
pretty weird.
yeah, I'm also thinking like going into just like business route more.
The business side of
So
it is probably where the best opportunity for jobs are, honestly. Like, not gonna lie about that.
yeah, like there's like a new thing here that's like um salesman, like specification, like online marketing.
Right.
So just to like, and apparently they teach you how to build online stores and shit like that.
Yep.
And that's like kind of seems interesting to me, but like because it's only here for like 2 years, that means there's no successful people who have it. So also that means there's like no experience whatsoever. So we're just basically the guinea pigs now that have to figure out, like, if I would get it, I just like, yeah, maybe we get shit actually done, or maybe it's just all bullshit. That's the problem I see with that right now.
Well, I don't think it's all bullshit. I think the ability, given the fact that the current market for that sort of thing is the like Shopify style of pop-up stores, like, oh, anybody can make it, but like they really can't. Like, I think there's actually a market for people whose skill set is literally,
Yeah, no,
I can build
know,
you an
I
effective
know,
e-commerce website. Like, that is
I know that much, but like the thing is, the um, like the education behind it isn't tested here, so we have no results so far, and like it's not guaranteed that it's like they're actually teaching us what we need.
right. I get you.
So that's like the only concern I have, because I have like a friend who's studying just business itself, and some of his colleagues that are in school with him are talking about that they're not really getting the right stuff taught to them. So the thing is, I'm not sure if it's better or if it's just at that school, and like also finding someone who offers that job slash internship slash whatever the fuck that's called, and I don't know, man. Is
Right.
there a word for that? Let me Google.
I mean, internship is basically it. Are you talking about like an entry level job, like right out of school kind of thing?
Um, well, like you go there and you work at the place, but you also go to school and got taught that. So, like, I don't know. Is there anything
That's
like that?
basically an internship.
Isn't an internship just like you go there, but you don't have school next to that or at the same time?
It depends on the type of internship you're doing. I've seen it done both ways.
Okay. Like, I don't know. It's basically just you, like, learning how to do the job, and they teach you all of it.
Yep. I know what you're talking about. There's I mean, there's kind of like apprenticeship programs or something, maybe.
Well, that's like the normal thing here in Germany. Like, after school, you either do that or you go to study and then do the same thing anyway, because you have to apply for that and get taught anyway. Because you're stupid after uni, because you don't know shit how to actually handle yourself in real life.
I wish more people would realize that they don't know how to handle themselves in real life after university. It would save me so many interviews of people trying to tell me how they're the best at everything, and I'm like, you have no experience.
Yeah, no, people always will tell you they're the best because that's just what you got taught in school. Like, we have, like, management shit, and we just got taught, basically just shit talk the ever living fuck out of yourself, so you praise yourself to the
Oh yeah, I mean, you've
limit.
got to have confidence, but like, there's a lot of people who like don't understand that there are things they don't know. So you have to have confidence that you know what you're talking about when you are talking about something, but also be able to admit that you don't know what you're talking about sometimes. Like, there is no shame in an interview of somebody saying, "Well, have you ever worked with blah?" and you go, "I've really never heard of that, but I'm willing to learn it if you need it." And I think there are way too many people who go into the job market not willing to accept that there are things that they are going to have to learn.
Yeah, that's like, I've just learned for like the last 5 years how to do shit. Why do you think you can tell me how that's working? I don't know. Let's try your approach. Oh, your approach isn't working. Well, let's try my approach. Mine's working. See, that's why I'm teaching you.
Right.
Because the
Like-
shit they tell you in school isn't actually the way it's working in real life.
Well,
It's-
there's also, I mean, I would argue that like 90% of jobs you have to learn on the job.
Yeah,
school
that's the
doesn't
thing
really-
we do.
School doesn't really prepare you directly
Yes.
for most jobs.
School is just teaching with textbooks, not with reality. That's the problem.
Also, most companies use some sort of proprietary software or some sort of proprietary process that you're not going to learn in school. So,
Oh yeah.
like, I work for Siemens now, and all the software I use is proprietary. I don't use a single like open source or generally available piece of software.
Oh yeah, it's also fun, yeah. Like, yeah, we're gonna learn this, but actually none of it's happening, right?
I mean, the most important thing that school teaches you is how to learn.
Yep.
Not really.
Yeah, I skipped school too much.
Never really skipped school. It's just that school was basically boring because all they told us is nothing new.
Did you go to gymnasium?
Yeah, kind of. It's like a special. It was a specialty that's
Okay.
more focused on business.
Okay.
So it's called Wirtschaftsgymnasium.
Okay.
So basically, it's like business.
Real work or whatever, gymnasium.
No, not real work. It's just like it's just more going into the business side of things. We also have like a sports gymnasium where you're just focusing more on sports, and like a IT thing where you're just focus more on IT shit.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
just more specialized versions. You can also just do normal, which is like a little bit of everything, and then you have these specialized ones that just like skip out on certain things that the others do. Like in sports, you won't learn about IT and so much, but you still learn a little bit of like business. In business, you learn IT as well, but you don't give a shit about sports, and that's so far.
That kind of sums up my
So it's
life.
just
Learn a
like-
lot about IT. Don't give a shit about sports.
Yeah, I mean, don't give a shit about sports is basically my entire life, so
I will say this:
Also, it's-
when I moved to Wisconsin, I started giving a shit about some sports, because if you live in this area and you don't care about the Packers or the Brewers, then you pretty much don't have much to talk about with most people.
The Brewers, really? I see the
Man.
Packers for sure, but
Man, people love them Brewers, and the Bucks are starting to
Okay.
actually, like, now that the Bucks are doing well, people actually are starting to care about them. Not
well,
a
that's
lot.
how it always is, right?
They don't care a lot, but they do care. Slightly.
yeah, see, that's not my problem because I'm not social at all. So,
Oh, I
also,
picked
yeah,
the wrong hobby.
it's
to do
almost
tonight.
4 a.m. and I just wanted to work on my things tomorrow as well. Like, man, I really need to figure out if I want to continue or just like quit uni now.
I will continue to say
what
would
don't
you do
quit,
if you
but
quit?
that's just me.
But I would need to fucking find a job before that or something. So
Do
I
you
know
pay
that
for
like,
your?
Hmm?
Do you pay for your university or?
yeah. Like all my private savings are basically gone now.
Mm.
So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how
That's
to
just
split
like
that.
2 years of uni, and I still would need to do like 3 more now because of this fucking year, which was wasted.
I would, I mean, I would say if you're doing well at it, keep going. But if you're having trouble, maybe
I
not.
don't know if I'm doing well. Like, I have, I have problem because I never learned how to learn.
Hmm.
I never had to learn anything for school. They
Yeah,
just told me
I
how
had
it was
that.
done and I could do it. That's the thing.
Same.
I had
like-
that problem too. I know
Yeah,
what you're talking about.
I just can't learn by myself. I just need someone to tell me how it's done once, and then I'm like, yeah, okay, got it. I understand. Thank you. But in uni, it's like, oh yeah, here's that, here's that, here's that, here's that, here's that. You can look that up yourself later. And I'm just like, okay, I read it, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Please explain. They're like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. And I'm like,
Uh,
then what's your fucking job here anyway, except for standing there for 90 minutes and just talking?
yeah.
Man,
Do they have like programs there where you can do like a training thing and then you're sort of like guaranteed a job at the end if you finish the training?
um,
'Cause I know they have stuff like that in Switzerland because my nephew's going to be doing that. I don't know about in Germany.
we have that, yeah, like for half a year, you're like basically going into an internship or training.
Mhm.
And like if you do well, you have higher chances to get taken over by that, but it's not guaranteed that you get taken over. Like it
Okay.
depends on how well you actually do. Like if you're just doing shit, basically no, but like if you're doing decent, they're basically just like, yeah, here you go. Like they all like you always brags about, yeah, if you're just doing decently well, like the headhunters will already have your contacts. Because like the uni's like, yeah, we have some of the best, and I'm like, okay, well, great. Now show us one person who was here that's like well known, and they're like, oh, I can't do that. Yeah, so it's a lie.
Well,
No,
I
no,
mean,
it's
well
actually
well
happening.
known is one thing. I think that's overrated, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, but like they're like, yeah, no, and then like there's this one teacher who's like, yeah, I've come here because of the good, like, of the good reputation of the school, and I'm like, I've never heard of this place before, and I'm living fucking next to it, basically, right? So it's like, yeah, it's like a 20-minute drive, and I'm like, never heard of this fucking place before. What the fuck are you talking? It has a great reputation. I've heard more about the shit school next to it, right? But I don't know. Might just be me. Might just that I'm. Might just be that I'm actually not that well interested in IT shit anyway. Like, it was. It was interesting in school, but like, the shit in uni we do is just like, I don't care about how the fuck I got all the coding done or how the coding was invented. I just want to learn how to code. And they're like, yeah, I can't do that. Here you go, learn about, I don't know, what a string is or something like that. Or like learn what an integer is. I just want to learn how to program.
Then start working on programming. That is 100% the best way to learn how to program is to start coding.
Yeah.
Come up with an idea for something you want to do and start doing it.
Mm.
Even though it's not real coding, you could start by doing a quick Node application or Ruby on Rails. Shit's not real coding. I see you under there, JavaScript.
You could go work for Siemens and do what I do and write code in a 30-year-old coding language.
What are you on, COBOL?
No, it's called PPCL, Powers
Ah.
Process Control Language. It's like people have described it to me as like Fortran.
Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. I had to work with that a little bit at the warehouse management place I was doing because we were trying to do some automated stuff with older machinery, and I was like, nope, not for me.
Mm,
Yeah, mine's for like I do HVAC programming for like
I mean-
big buildings.
Ah, yep.
I applied to Siemens like when I first went out of gymnasium, so like, but they didn't take me in because they're, I don't know.
Mm.
They never said a reason. They just never answered anyway.
Gotcha.
So, that's also the annoying thing. Like, they just don't tell you anything. Some of them just are like, no, we don't want you. Or just like, we don't have this job for you anymore. We have taken someone else. Others are just like, not even like
Just
calling
Don't
back.
talk to you.
Yeah, that's so great, right? Others are like, yeah, you're invited to like a meeting where you have to sell your shit out even harder than you did in the writing. Like in the application for the job, and then I'm like, yeah, sure. And then they're like, when you are at the end of the meeting, they're like, oh yeah, actually, we didn't want you here. We just wanted to tell you that you didn't get the job. And I'm like, just write me that. You wasted my time and my money getting here. And they're like, yeah, well, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen I can't imagine that happening in the US.
Right?
Like somebody telling you to come in to tell you that you didn't get the job. They don't want
Oh
to
yeah,
see you.
sometimes they tell you to come in more often, and then they're like, yeah, we didn't want you from the beginning.
That's
Then what
But you
was
can
the
still,
point?
yeah.
yeah,
it's a waste
or
of
the best
everybody's
thing is
time.
like, one time they're like, yeah, we want you, but not for this job. Please apply in 3 years.
Now that I have seen, like where you go in and you're like, where they look at your resume and they're like, okay, maybe you talk to somebody and you're like, you're not quite there
No,
yet, but we are
I-
still interested.
I have made one internship at that company. I had like 3, I don't know, like 3 meetings with them. And then they're like, yeah, like we don't see you in this particular job. But like, we currently don't have the other job available. So apply back in like 3 years or like 2 years. Maybe we will take you in then. It's just for me sounding a lot like, no, we don't want you.
I mean,
because, like-
that is a lot of runaround.
I mean, there is some, like, especially right now, there's a lot of companies that are doing the thing where they're interviewing a lot of people, even though they don't have the job opening, because a lot of places are on a hiring freeze right now. So they're trying to, like, build
Yeah, that
their...
wasn't this year. That was like 3 years ago.
Okay.
Guessing that it's going to go like that. Okay. This is a weird way to build this, but I see what they're doing.
Well, anyway, it's 4 a.m. now, so
Get some sleep.
I'm off. I can't
Go for it,
take
dude.
anymore.
Get some rest.
Good night.
See ya.
Good enough.
Well, it's only gonna last about 4 hours now, but
It's better than nothing.
yeah. Have fun.
I'm going to try.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah.
I did realize I probably should not have started building this kit tonight. Kotobukiya has this thing where they like to make all their pointy bits really pointy, and I've got a cut on my finger, so pressing these sharp things together is like, oh god,
No.
oh god. All right, Kodo, just make your kits out of iodine. That'd be easier.
I get every time I use like super glue for anything, like I think I might be allergic to it because my thumbs get like super sore
Oof. Yeah, that
for
might
like a
be.
week. So
Are you?
I think I need to get like gloves.
You talking, Donnie? Because we can barely hear you.
Oh no, my bad. My brother came in my room. He's asking me a question about the Wingberg.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
But-
Maybe the top coat and this one. That's why this one's lighter. And this one's a regular amount of tightness.
I need to get one of those like little fans that absorb dust.
I don't know if it's what you're talking about, but I have a little desk fan that I got that is for like soldering. So it's got like a little filter on it, and you just put it on your desk, and it basically sucks up any kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. It wasn't that expensive. I got it from Amazon. Like, I think it's a Hako, I want to say.
If you
It's
can
like a little cube.
Yeah, if you can shoot me a link, that'd be great. Because like one of the problems I have when I'm sanding down nubs and everything is this dust just gets over everything.
Yeah, let me take a look.
No. You didn't get this part straight.
There we go.
Well, it did spray it, just not as much.
Yeah. I'm thinking that's the case. That's why this one's tight. The other one isn't. Because you got top coat on the other joint, and on the left joint, you get enough. I mean, you could always take it off the runner and then spray some more. Because it's just top coat.
Alright, I put it in the general
All right.
chat.
I don't know.
I'll take a look in just a second.
Not this one.
I'm almost done spraying these gray parts, but I have now run out of clips.
That is always the worst. Where you're like, yeah, wait, dang it.
I have like it doesn't look like there's a lot left, but they're all like all the tiny parts are left.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I don't want to not spray them because a lot of them are like joint covers and stuff, and I'm like, those are going to be on the outside. I need to spray them.
Huh. Yeah, I never thought about getting a smoke remover. I know Racer, or not Racer, whatever the name of that company is, they sell those specifically for like for Gunpla.
Oh, really? You're
Yeah,
not
they
talking
sell-
about gun primer, are you?
Yeah, Gun Primer. That's it. Yes, those guys.
Okay. They've got all sorts of fancy stuff.
They do. I really liked the little clips that I got from them, and I like the Racer, but it is just a glass nail file, so it's not as impressive as it could be. Like I thought it was really cool, and then like I was at the like Walgreens or something, and I'm like, that looks familiar. Oh well.
Great.
Yeah, they followed me on Twitter, and I was like, oh, I'm about to get sponsored.
Gun Primer follows you on Twitter?
Yeah.
Weird.
It's just a common like shop tactic. They like they follow you so you can start shopping there.
I guess. I don't know. Nobody's ever
Yeah.
followed me, but I don't like. But then again, the only presence that I have is on YouTube, and I don't think companies go and follow people on YouTube.
Mm.
Also,
Yeah,
also all I do is out of the box streams, and they're like, "Fuck this guy." I can't stream painting. Like I feel it's way too boring to like stream me taking kits apart, like cleaning up the nubs and not actually assembling them, and then waiting like 2 days, and then like when I finally get to paint, like I'm not set up to actually show myself painting, so I'm like, why would anybody watch this? This is boring as hell.
I do think that painting videos are probably better edited.
Oh, they have
Like
to
I-
be. Like,
Yeah.
it's really difficult to like live stream painting because you're literally watching paint dry. Like nobody wants to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you're like doing pre-shading and then everything all at once.
Yeah.
I could see that being kind of entertaining.
Zaku Aurelius does that on occasion where he'll do like a full, like he'll do not really 24 hours, but he'll do a start to finish build in a stream, and they are pretty interesting because you get to see the whole process. But at the same time, it's also like, okay, now we're gonna sit here and talk while I wait for this to dry for the next hour and a half, and you're like, oh.
I would like to point out that there's an entire genre on Twitch called just chatting.
That is true.
So there are people that enjoy that.
I'm not disagreeing. Maybe I should start labeling my my videos that and be like, this is just chatting while building.
Yeah.
I need to build a massive following, guys, for no reason. I don't care about them.
And you got to get into fake YouTube beef. That's how you get famous.
Oh no, me and Crow are gonna fight. He doesn't know it yet, but I'm already building up some beef with him.
All right, fella.
I still need to check out some of his videos. I keep forgetting to.
He's a fun guy. A lot of his stuff is very conversational, and like the way he presents. It's definitely not like MGK stuff. Like I'd start some fake beef with that guy, but he'd never know it was a thing. So
I'm gonna go to Ireland and bully MGK, bro.
What's that?
Dude sounds like 5'3". Huh?
What?
No, I said I was gonna go to Ireland and bully MGK. Put him in
Good
a
luck.
locker or something. I don't know.
Good luck. That guy probably doesn't like. He's one of those guys that it seems to me like he would be very shocked if people knew who. Like he'd just be like, "Wait, what? Who are you? What?"
Oh man.
I mean,
Like, oh,
peop-
you owe me $100. Shove him. You know what I'm saying?
Shove him.
I mean, his Discord seems to primarily be just people talking shit about him on his own Patreon Discord. So
Yeah. It's because of the whole contest thing, man. Like,
I don't know what that. I wasn't around for that.
yeah,
That's
I know.
okay.
You came in like right after, I think. Yeah, it's like this whole thing with like Forged, and he ghosted Forged, and now we like shit talk him because he doesn't, you know, what's it called, keep up his promises. I feel really bad for Forged because he had to scrounge up that amount of money.
No, he
You know what I'm
didn't.
saying? Well, yes, I know he's like the businessman and everything. Got that
No,
business
he
money.
didn't. No, he had agreed to pay for half the prize money,
Mhm.
and he did. That's it. He paid for half of it.
Sounds like the other half didn't show up, is what
Well-
I'm getting from this.
Well, the other half didn't show up from where it was supposed to.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Who was the other half?
Nobody knows. Well,
Oh,
Forge knows, I
silent
guess.
donation.
I suppose Forge probably knows.
This all
Yeah.
makes a lot more sense now.
But it did not come from MGK. That much I can promise you.
Definitely did not.
But it did get handled, and Forged was not out of pocket for the entirety of that money. So,
I still feel
Good.
bad though.
I mean, it's not great, but like, you know,
Mhm.
the
I
way it
think
was
that
explained to me was that it was felt that it was not fair to Forged, and it was not fair to the people on the server to have that happen. So somebody stepped in.
Yeah. Wonder who our silent hero is.
I don't know. Fuck that guy. He's probably a loser.
You.
Nope.
I think that this mostly clear, somewhat gunmetal color was a good idea.
Yeah,
It
it
was
just gives it
looking
that
pretty good.
little bit of like metal sheen to it, right?
Yeah, it's like completely gunmetal because I don't plan on painting the other colors, so
Right.
I don't want it to be like too painted.
Oh, what
Right.
kit are you working on?
I just took apart my heavy arms.
That.
Yeah, MG EW, and I've just been spraying the gray parts.
There is no greater irritation to me in the world than the fact that that MGEW number one doesn't have the Gatling mounted on its arm, and number two can't replace the hand that the Gatling normally would be on with the beam saber.
Oh, I
Well,
thought you can.
No, you can. You totally can.
Yeah, but it looks like garbage, and you can't put
Yeah.
anything over it.
My problem is that it's not a gimmick. It's just a replacement hand, basically.
Right, exactly. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
even
I
the
definitely
HG
want
has
to
the
do
ability
that.
to do it like they did in the show, where you take off the
Take off the hand, and there's a beam saber underneath.
well,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
you
what
take
I was
off the
expecting.
Gatling. Right, exactly.
That's not what happened.
Nope.
So you just replace the arm, the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, TV version of the RG. I mean the EW. Like they did I remember they did a Master Grade Wing TV version.
Well, they've also got the RG Wing TV version that's coming out soon.
Yeah, I don't know where that's gonna go though, because they did make that high grade. They're still making the high grade TV version.
Yeah.
So I think
So-
that could only go towards Project Meteor being a.
I mean, it'd be nice, but I honestly don't see them going all the way with it. I just don't think they will. I am a pessimist.
I'd
but I-
say P Bandai. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, that's probably true, but I would be shocked if they put out all 5 suits.
Mm.
Are you saying all 5 MG TV versions?
No, RGs.
Oh, RGs.
I'm not saying they won't, because they've already got the Toggies. And I guess technically you'd have to do 6, because if you didn't put out an Epion, people would riot, but...
Hmm.
So we could do a MG Epion.
Oh man, I'm totally gonna get the Gundam Base Limited titanium finish one.
Oh, yeah?
Have you seen it?
Oh yeah, it looks so good.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right. They
it's-
announced that earlier this year, right?
Or just like last week, they showed pictures of it.
Yeah, it's like everywhere. The display photos.
Oh
It's
man,
so
it is
good.
so dope looking. So
Sounds like
cool.
one of those things you're gonna have to set an alarm and hit that buy button real fast.
I mean, it's Gundam Base Limited, so I'm gonna see if I can get the guy from Side 7 to do it, even though we're not on the best of terms right now.
Why can't Crow get it for you?
He doesn't. There's not a Gundam base near him.
Oh yeah, he's on an army base, not a Gundam base.
Right. And he's also like he's pretty far away from where the Gundam base actually is. Oh,
Oh,
wait, do I have to take
Fukuoka?
that out to
Yeah.
do this? Yes. So I have to do that first and then swing that in. Ah, there we go. All right, that's how the body comes together. Such a weird way of building it, but also unique enough that I like it a lot.
Enjoyable.
Oh, these
I never
Koto
did-
kits like this all have these Koto kits always have had like the Super Robot Wars ones always have unique engineering. Like they're not basically like a lot of model kits that come out that are robots. Like even the Flame Toys like Transformers kits are very Gundam in how they are built and how the mechanisms work. These are all very unique and I love it.
Mm.
So wait, what are you doing now? Is that a hexagear or is that a?
No, this is Super Robot Wars.
Okay.
It's fun stuff is what it is.
Yeah, I posted a pic of my shiny.
It's not too bad.
Yeah. I didn't want it to be like too extreme.
Just do it in some straight gunmetal. Not gunmetal, titanium. Like actual metal color titanium. I picked some of that up not long ago. I don't remember what project I was gonna do with it, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do. I was gonna do the Stormbringer. I was gonna get a second Stormbringer, and basically do all of the white in like straight titanium colors, and then candy coat all of the colors and kind of do like sort of a metal build look to it, and then I got lazy, and then it got cold, and I was like, nah.
Then I got lazy, and then I got cold. Sounds like a typical Midwestern story.
Pretty much. Well, why didn't you get that done outside? Well, first I got lazy, and then it was cold.
Yep.
Also, I really, like, I don't know how to candy coat. I've never done it, so I'm, like, kind of wary
It's
of
not
trying to
bad.
do it.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I've not done it, so I'm kind of like,
The number one thing for candy coating is just be patient. Like, let that bottom layer dry as long as possible.
Oh, yeah, like, the idea is I've got the Maltao Chrome. And that's what I'm going to do the bottom layer with. Like, do the priming with the Alclad Chrome, not Chrome, but Gloss Black.
Gloss black, yeah. Gloss
and then
black.
do the Alclad or Maltao Chrome over that. Like, let that sit for like 2 days. Then do the Chrome, and then let that sit for like 3 or 4 days. Because the first kit that I actually want to do it on is the my MG Barbados. I want to do that and then do like a purple, so it's kind of like that, sort of Ferrari style color scheme going on. Like, I think that would be pretty cool. But again, it's one of those where it's like, man, I really want to do this, but I am terrified of fucking this up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Barbatos isn't. Yeah, the nice
It's not
thing
hard
is
to get
that's
one.
that's not the most expensive MG out there.
Right.
So
very cheap, actually.
I mean,
It's
I
like-
can go buy one at Target.
I think it's
so
cheap for what it is, but I think it's like $40,
40 to
or
50,
something.
depending on where you get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
30 to
I can
45.
literally just go down the street and buy one at Target, so it's not like it's one that's hard to find.
No, there's those things. Everybody's got those.
Yeah.
It's one of the few things on Amazon that I haven't seen go up to like ridiculous prices, which tells me that people have it in a lot of stock.
Yeah.
Because right now, the Amazon prices right now are dumb. They're
Well,
so
yeah.
bad.
Because, like, everything's sold out everywhere these days.
Yeah.
Man, even the...
Well, there was a period.
I will say this. Like, did I show you the picture of the shelf that the pre-Christmas shelf of the stuff that was at my local Target?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, there's like a pretty decent stock of.
Yeah, it's
not
all
a whole bunch
gone.
of different kits, but
Right, and it's all gone.
yeah.
I was in there so I went in there a couple days ago, and that's when I bought that Thrust figure. And then, but they still had some, and then I went like the next day to try and grab one for somebody on another server, and it's just all gone. Like, all of it is gone, and I was like, "What the hell? How? What? This is the first time I've ever seen Gunpla actually sell out somewhere, and it's at a Target.
Yeah.
Like, how did this happen? That's shocking.
They don't even sell Gunpla at my Target though.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did at my Target for a very short period of time, and that period of time was the 2 days it took me to buy all of them,
And then they
So-
haven't restocked.
and they haven't restocked sinth.
I think
Well,
it's
they
a
were all
matter of like
ridiculous
there's no.
prices.
I think
so.
I think it's more they don't have anything to restock with. Like, I think
Yeah, I
that's a
don't know.
bigger
I mean,
problem.
that was like 6 months ago.
Okay,
that
then-
happened
Yeah, that might
Yeah.
be.
because
but I
it
know,
was
like-
still hot outside when I got my MG Barbatos for $20.
The sun still beat down upon this world.
Yeah, not so much right now.
Oh god, I haven't seen the actual sun in a week. More.
Yeah,
Damn. Oh yeah, it has been cloudy here too in California.
I mean,
don't
it's
even say it.
California.
California.
I mean, you know what the worst thing ever was? I was stationed in like near Seattle when I was in the Navy, and I was on a submarine. So I would go out to sea and not see the sun for 90 days, and then I would come back and I still wouldn't see the sun.
That's
Yeah.
one of the worst things was when I was working in Chicago, and I would get up at like 5 in the morning and drive down to the train station, get on the train, take the train into Chicago, work all day, and I worked in the Ogilvy building, which is where
Yeah, it's one of the train stations.
yeah, and that's the station that the train came into. And then after work, I'd get on the train and go back home. And during the winter, I would literally never be outside when the sun was up, and it was just devastatingly like depressing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were
I
you
mean-
commuting all the way to Wisconsin? Or...
Oh yeah, it was terrible.
Okay.
I stopped working
Yeah,
for
that's
that
like-
company.
That's like a 2.5-hour train ride.
It is
mean, I
plus
kinda
45 minutes on top of that to drive down to Harvard. It's like, oh god, this is hard.
Oh,
this
did
is
you take
awful.
the Harvard? Is that what you just
Yeah,
said? Oh man, that's like the Rockford stop.
yeah.
Jeez.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
I used to never see the sun either because I used to work night shift like last year.
oof.
That does something to you, man.
I know. I did
I
it.
sleep during the day. I wake up, it's pitch black. I go home, it's still pitch black. I go to sleep, I wake up, same thing every day.
When I was in college, I would volunteer to work night shifts at my job because I worked at Walmart. And it was just
Yeah.
better during the holidays to work night shifts than it was to work day shifts because night shifts were just like you just didn't have to deal.
stocking mostly.
Yeah, it's stocking. You don't have to deal with people. Nobody's fighting over $20 TVs or whatever. Oh, so nice, so nice.
I think like working night shift is really bad for like mental health for most people. But what I found is even worse than that is rotating shift work.
Oh, rotating shifts are awful.
It really fucks up your like internal clock.
Yeah,
Like
'cause,
I
like-
didn't know up from down when I was doing that.
Yeah,
That's
because
what
like
I'm
you
doing
just
right now.
totally lose track of like everything.
Yeah. And on top of that, like they were doing it this was like in prototype when I was like practicing on the nuclear reactor, and that was up in like New York, like upstate New York.
Right.
And the schedule wasn't that way from any sort of necessity. They were just trying to like fuck with us as much as possible.
Jeez.
So like it was basically built for the purpose of like testing your mental strength over time. It was not fun.
I mean, that sounds kind of like torture, man. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it kind of was. But I mean, I think that the whole point is that they don't want a bunch of people getting to the boat and then immediately like quitting.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because on the boat you're on rotating shifts too, but like on the boat it's a steady, like you do 6 hours, so it's like 6 hours of sleep, 6 hours of watch, and then like 6 hours of maintenance.
Right.
But that's constant. Whereas like at prototype, we'd have like 3 days of overnight shift. We'd have then like a day off, and then like 5 days of like afternoon shift, and it was just all over the place. It didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get that. Like, you don't there's really not much you can do if you get on the submarine and just can't deal with it.
Yeah.
I got a friend of mine who was in the Navy. Technically, still is reserves, but he was on a destroyer, not on a U-boat.
Yeah, they don't. Unfortunately, they do not have nukes on destroyers, so nuclear reactors
Right.
specifically.
But he was. I mean, but the destroyer he was on was special duty. It was a specific ComSec assignment.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's all sorts of like crazy shit that you can get into, but I don't know. I think I would have liked the Navy a lot more if I hadn't been on a boomer. Like, that was the worst decision I ever made. I chose a boomer, so.
When you signed up for it, did the people sitting there when you were signing up just kind of like stare at you like, "Are you okay, son?
No,
We're gonna send you for a full evaluation before you get on this boat."
No, they hand you a piece of paper with like numbers on it, and then you tell them your preferences. and then you may or may not get your preferences.
Gotcha.
So,
And you put down your preference of being on a submarine.
well, yeah, well, actually, my top preference was a GN, an SSGN, which is like a guided missile submarine.
Ah,
But I ended up being on a ballistic missile submarine,
I see.
which is a totally different type of like op tempo.
Gotcha.
So,
But hey, it seems like you survived.
yeah, it was close there, but I did. So, but yeah, no, I mean that's how I got my job basically. I don't have a college degree, so
Yeah, but military experience goes a long way.
yeah, there are special headhunting companies just for military. That's how I got my job.
Yep.
But yeah, it is what it is.
Especially if you
I
were
guess,
in
like-
anything like a technical field, like they tend to jump
Yeah.
on that.
Well, and like my specific field, you have to like as a nuke, you get basically 2 years to learn like 4 years worth of material.
Yep.
So if you can make it through that, they know that you can learn stuff pretty quick.
Right.
But yep.
That slots there.
We've still never had a release of fission products accident. So
Hey man, that is a bonus, and you should be proud of that.
yeah.
I mean, you haven't released nuclear material like on accident? No, that's
Oh
you're good.
yeah.
Continue on, sailor.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I sometimes when I think about it, I go, man, that was messed up. some of the antics that people get up to on submarines are wild.
I mean, I imagine there's not a lot really else to do.
Well, I mean, when I was in, you were still allowed to take like laptops and shit on there. I think they stopped that now. I want to say, but I was a nub for all my deployments, so I didn't get to do that stuff. So.
I see. I know one of
Because I
the
wasn't
biggest selling products to the military these days is Dungeons and Dragons books.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerds in the military.
Which
Turns
is kinda
out.
weird.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think there's a variety of different reasons that people join the military. I found out, but
Oh,
a
yeah.
big thing is there's a lot of people, and I'm one of these who like, I was that asshole that could like sit in class and like just absorb all the material, but then would never do my homework.
Right. And yet
I
somehow
was that
still
guy.
pass and everything.
Well, no, because the classes were weighted so that homework was worth more than the tests.
Oh, well,
But
that's just bad. That's just terrible greeting, I guess. I don't know.
well, that's just how my school worked. But or I'd like scrape by with like a C or something because of it. But basically, no work ethic. But I was able to just absorb shit like a sponge,
Right.
and that's how a lot of people, those people that are buying those Dungeons and Dragons books that are in the military, most of them are probably that type of person. So, because we can't go to college, we can't do college.
Right.
We fail at it. So we go into the military and then get jobs that way.
Fair enough.
But all right, I finally finished spraying the gray parts.
Yay!
So now I can finish building my 00 full saber MG.
I still need to build my X-In riser.
MG?
Yeah.
I haven't done that one yet.
It's one of those where like I picked it up because I like the 00. I'm not so much sold on the like the X-In
The riser
riser
part.
Like it just seems like a lot, edgier than the regular riser, but I figured what the hell. I like the double O. I heard it's a pretty decently solid kit too, so.
I didn't even know the XN riser was a different thing.
Oh yeah, it's
I thought they were the same.
No, the regular riser is all about like just adding power to the suit. The XN riser is like, oh yeah, we're gonna take a normal riser, but we're gonna turn it into swords.
Oh hell yeah.
I mean, swords. That is the Setsuna's suits things.
Yeah, it's like literally
All
those.
his
Like if you
varied
look at the
suits
riser,
are all about swords.
it's like they just replaced the riser with a bunch of swords glued together, and they're called it a day. They're like, nope, it's a flying sword thing. It's a sword plane. Get over it. It's cool. Shut up.
So, funnily enough, there's the game Extreme Versus, Gundam Extreme Versus.
Yeah.
The Exia, it's like one of the recommended beginner suits.
Yep.
And but evidently it's not like really a close combat unit, which I find weird.
It's kind of a mid-rangey unit. Like if something gets up close to you, you can punish them if you know what you're doing. But like, its focus really is on like disruption and mobility.
I'm bad at that game.
But I am not great at it. However, I will go into combats and I will take the double X and I will screw your day up if you don't get out of the way. Like that is that is 100% my strategy. Is like stay back, don't get hit. Stay back, don't get hit. Hit them with the
satellite
laser
cannon.
Yeah, hit them with the satellites. Oh, you done screwed up. You got in the way of my satellite cannon. I guess it's over for you. Because that just wipes the team out if you can hit it right. But like you're gonna die way before you actually get to hit the satellite cannon. Because as soon as somebody sees double X on the field, they're like, no. We're taking that guy out immediately because that satellite cannon just ruins your day.
Yeah, I ordered that. I've got the MG double X on order at the moment. Who knows when that will actually arrive? But
where'd you order?
I've got USAGs.
Oh, is it like? Well, they haven't been. I don't know what the hell happened, man. But
they're way behind. I ordered a thing from. I did an order from New Type 3 days ago, and I got it today. And I did an order from Gundam Planet like maybe a week ago, roughly, and I got that like the other day. So, but my USAGs order I did on the 25th, and I still haven't gotten it.
Man, I got an order that was placed on the 4th that still hasn't come in from them, and it's not anything that's on pre-order or anything. It's just they just haven't shipped it yet. I think
That's
they got
weird.
I think they got really far behind when the PGU came out, and then a lot of people went on vacation for the holidays because the PGU came out right before the holidays.
Yeah.
And then I just think they haven't caught back up on all the orders that they need to get out yet.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So, because like they had their thing was as soon as we get the PGU in, we're shipping them immediately, and like I'm pretty sure it was like all hands on deck for shipping that. So
probably.
I didn't get one despite pre-ordering through them because apparently I pre-ordered a day too late, and now I'm waiting till March.
Sucks.
Yeah, I'll live. I don't need it right now anyways. God knows I've got 80-something kits in my backlog. I think I can wait.
Yeah, you still haven't built that Rodams, right?
No, but I am building it. Actually, I'm taking the first week of... or the last week of this month off to build that.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's the one that I want to see get built. That's what I'm curious about.
So I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm going to live stream every day until it's done.
It's probably, I would imagine it's quite the build.
Yeah.
I would hope so. It's pretty expensive.
It is, and it's pretty big, and it's got like, the LED wiring and all that going on.
1/72, right? So it's like slightly smaller than a PG.
Yep. But also like way more complex. There's so many more parts than most PGs.
Yeah. Did you see they've got the GP03 now, I think it is, or is it GP05?
No, the Rodams is the GP03.
Well, you got the blue one. There's like a yellow one now.
It's the exact same kit. It's just yellow.
Just yellow. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it's just yellow instead of the blue. And it's slightly cheaper because even though the yellow one is technically the special edition, they know everybody wants the blue one because it's the actual Gundam colors, so. But they do have the Dendrobium unit up for pre-order, and my idiot self is probably going to end up buying that too.
1/72 Dendoborium.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. It looks amazing, and it's going to be huge, and I'm still going to buy it. I don't even have anywhere to put the 1/144 one that I've got, the HG. I'm like, I got to build that someday and figure out where to put it. So, we'll see. It's also not like... If you go look at the pictures, it's not the like the full unit. It's it doesn't have all the big bulky armor on it. It's just the weapon pods and blaster and the arm with the beam saber in it right now. I don't know if they're planning on releasing the full thing with all the armor and all on it or whatever. Maybe that'll be a separate, different kit. But right now, it's not that. But I'm still gonna buy it. And then I went and pre-ordered the Zoids Gojulus today because, again, I'm a sucker.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Man, I like dinosaurs and I like big guns. And you put big guns on a big dinosaur, you got me. You just got me. Ugh, it's so cool looking. Man, what the heck is going on? Like, something is blowing up over here in Gunpla discussion on Forged server.
I just hear like a million Discord notifications going off.
Oh,
And
my
it's-
bad.
It's not my Discord.
I was about to say, I'm like, man, this sounds like a bunch of stuff's blowing up. I'm like, I got everything muted. The only thing that's going on
So
is
you
like
guys
somebody.
can't hear yourselves, but you can hear my Discord notifications?
I can hear your Discord notifications, yes. It's
I
got to
can
be
hear
yours
somebody's
because it's not
Discord
mine.
Notifications.
I thought it was mine for the longest time, and I kept looking over, and I'm like, but everything's muted except for Forge server, and nobody's talking there. It's got to be you, Nani.
Yeah, what's it called? Yeah, I'm on the age one, that's why. Like, I have the age tab open on Discord.
Oh. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm
Yep.
talking about.
I know what you're talking about. I mean, if Crow's online, then that's pretty much going to be where everybody's talking for a while.
Yeah, every other message is Crow, so.
Yeah. That guy gets a little obsessed with things. Just a little bit.
It's funny. Nice. Passionate.
I like Crow a lot. I think he's a good guy. I really do. I wish he was more popular on the YouTubes because I think he deserves it. But at the same time, I gotta start beef with him. It's
You have to.
I do.
But that's
It's-
how he's gonna get popular.
Well,
though.
that's for his benefit too.
right,
you know.
exactly. Like we just gotta plan it so that nobody thinks we're planning it, right?
Mhm. But I don't know.
So I'll produce your rap video. Nani
Yes.
can do a guest track.
Yeah.
Oh man. Basically, I'm just gonna like do cover songs of the Macho Man Randy Savage's rap album and just replace all the references to Hulk Hogan with Crow. And if you've never heard the Macho Man Randy Savage's rap album, it is a thing of beauty.
No, I have heard Shaq's
Oh.
though.
Oh. Oh man. Guys, take note of the date. After 4 years, I have finally broken the blade on my God hands.
Oh wow!
On the 5.0s.
Yep.
Right
4
now.
years, huh?
Yep. 4 years before then they cut perfectly forever until just now.
Well, that's pretty good. I mean, 4 years for like $60. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's really good, all things considered. And they've been absolutely flawless since then. So I guess I'll just have to pull out this other God hands I got sitting around here.
Are you using the God hands for 2 nips per part?
No, I just do one nip and then file down.
Oh, okay. I've got God hands and Tamiya side cutters, and I use the Tamiya side cutter for the first nip and then the God hand for the close nip.
Yeah, I don't do double nip. I do one nip and then sand down. Unless it's like Unless it's something that's like really egregious, and then I'm like, all right, I'll snip far away, and then snip close, and then sand down.
I don't have the patience for sanding.
Well, lately it's been filing. I only really sand if it's if there's like a seam line or something, or a mold line.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. I literally have 2 backup pairs of God hands just because I tend to buy them when I see them on sale. And I'm like, they're always worth having around, so I'll just grab a couple more.
I should do that too, because I chipped my God hand like 3 days after I got it. So
Really? Man, that is...
bad luck, I think.
Yeah, because like I said, I've had these for years. I've done hundreds of kits at this point. No problems with them. Although it is very nice to feel the brand new God hands cutting through these runners. It's so buttery. So super smooth. It's like the runners aren't even there.
Unfortunately, that doesn't last that long. I mean, they're still great afterwards, but
Well,
there's a noticeable drop after like a week, I would say.
I'll say this. I did recently buy the Spy or whatever ones.
Yeah.
And used those for a couple days, and I was like, okay, these are pretty nice. And then I went back to using the God hands for a kid after that, my 5-year-old God, 4.5-year-old God hands. And I was still like, nope, these are better. They're just better.
Yeah. I have both. My brother uses a Distributor. I use God hand. We use them interchangeably. And it really doesn't compare. Distributor is just a good nipper. God hand is something else.
Right.
Yeah, and I use 2, so I'm constantly reminded. So, because I use the Tamiya side cutters for the first nip, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Which they're all right. I mean.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with them, except for all
they're
of
just...
that horrible. No, I'm just kidding. They're decent.
Yeah.
Like I got no problems with the Tamiya side cutters. It's just I've been using God hands for so long that like when I got the Display, I was like, okay, I've heard that these are really good, so I'm gonna give them a go and we'll see what happens. And like they were pretty, like I had no problem with them. I was like, these feel really good. And then like I went back to the God hands after a couple of days and I was like, no, it's not even close.
Yeah, I bought the Tamiya side cutters when like God hands were impossible to get.
Right.
So, and then once the God hands went back on sale at normal price, I bought them.
But yeah, I was just cutting a part a minute ago, and I like looked at the part after I cut it, and there was this little sliver of silver on the on the nub, and I was like, "What?" And so I look at my God hands, I'm like, "Huh." It literally just like I don't know, like ribboned the blade off, and I was like, "Well, okay."
Yeah, that's what happened. I was like modding the Mark II because I was making the conversion kit for the Bonagers Mark II,
Right.
and that's literally why I haven't finished the Bonagers Mark II. By the way, it's because I got sad from my God hand getting chipped.
I thought you were gonna get sad because you realized that it was Bonager.
Why does Bonager have a Mark II when he has a unicorn?
Because unicorn was deemed illegal.
Oh.
What? Are you doing it for like a contest or something?
No, I was doing it for fun.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was gonna do the age one. I was like, oh, might as well just do the Sordia first.
Fair enough. I mean, Unicorn does have a little problem of, killing its pilots. Or at least the Phoenix does. Absorbing them and everything. Taking their spirit into the other and being a god and basically doing Ideon shit.
I haven't gotten there yet.
I didn't like the NT stuff.
Okay. Well, I mean, I haven't, I've watched the first episode of Unicorn, and that's it.
Oh, well, Unicorn is fine. Unicorn doesn't get into all that. NT, the Phoenix is, it's ridiculous. It's it's super robot levels of stupid overpowered.
Yeah.
I mean,
literally,
they made it
god level powers.
Reflective shiny gold. So.
But, and I'd be okay with that, because the Hakushiki was, kind of like that. But, don't give it literal god powers. The power to rewrite fucking universal laws and shit. And what the hell?
Wait, what was it? What was the powers though? I don't really remember that movie too much.
I mean, like it absorbed the chick who was piloting its like essence or whatever, and then like absorbed the when the Neo Zeong or whatever, that guy was flipping out. Like it absorbed him and his mobile suit, and then like rewrote themselves out of existence and flew off to some other dimension to like start a new life or something. It's bonkers nonsense, is what it is.
I thought that was what Turn A does.
Yeah, like Turn A also kind of does that. Tomino has this thing where he wants his robots to be actual gods, and it's like, dude, stop, no, calm down.
I mean, isn't that the plot of Big O?
Was that a Tomino thing?
No, I don't know.
No, Big O was like everybody's memory got erased for some weird ass reason, and I don't think they ever really explained what the Big O was. But if you go back and look at like Ideon's the same thing. It's basically a god who is sent to end all the like. As people get more and more angry at each other, it's like, nope, got to end it all and restart and send all of your essences to the corners of the universe and start the Gundam universe now.
Mm. Well, I mean, like Big O, they refer to the robots as gods, but I need to finish watching that. Like I started when I was a kid, it was on Adult Swim, and I'd see it like every once in a while. So I never really watched the whole thing all the way through.
I don't think it gets any less confusing as an adult, though.
Well, I want to try at least.
It's not quite like Evangelion confusing, but
Evangelion's not confusing. It's just bullshit.
It is like, bullshit.
It's just nonsense. Like
Not really.
It was written by a guy who was ultra depressed, and it was about his depression, and the entire thing is like symbolic of his depression. I can't speak for any of the new stuff. That's just the original stuff.
Yeah, the whole thing is about escapism, and you shouldn't run away from your problems.
It's also about aliens who are seeding life across the galaxy. Let's not forget that.
Also, in the final episode of the original series, before they did End of Eva, he like literally does run away from his problems, and that's the resolution of the whole thing. So I mean, yes, on a surface level, that's absolutely what he was saying, but if you follow it to its ending conclusion, he was actually just kind of saying life sucks, fuck all this. So, but he was majorly depressed when he made that series. So, and then End of Evangelion, they just made because they got death threats for the end of the series.
Oh, they made End of Evangelion because
End of Evangelion was like End of Evangelion is basically the same thing as like Metal Gear Solid 2, where the creator got pissed off at his fans and decided to make something that was just a fuck you, basically.
No, because I read somewhere that End of Evangelion is what they really wanted to
No.
turned out.
No, I mean, this part of it was that they were losing funding, like because Evangelion wasn't like really that popular when it was airing live. Like it became more popular in retrospect. But a lot of it was the end of the series. They got death threats for, like, literally. If you watch End of Evangelion, there's a whole scene where Shinji's just like floating in the middle of nothing, and all this text is popping up on the screen in Japanese, and that text is like death threats that the studio got because of the end of the series. That's what that text is. Yeah, no, I was pretty obsessed with Evangelion when I was like 13, and in hindsight, it's a bunch of bullshit.
It really is.
But when I was 13, it was like, oh man, I'm in my feelings.
So deep.
Yeah, so deep, so edgy. And now that I'm like an adult, I'm like, oh.
Man, boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
I see it as like what's it called? Relationships. I look at the relationships more than anything, I think.
Wow, those are extremely dysfunctional in that show.
Yeah, that's why. Because they don't really learn how to communicate with each other.
No, they don't. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's why I'm like, oh, this is how real people are.
I don't know. I disagree. I think that's how it feels like people are when you're young, but that shit goes away when you get older. Like, I would say when I probably in my like late 20s, I started to feel less like that, and now that I'm in my early 30s, it's like, yeah, no. But you can't really help it when you're young because your hormones and shit are taking over your brain.
I
But
don't know. I know a lot of adults that can't handle communicating with other people though.
Oh, there's that.
I mean, there
Yeah.
are some people that never learn, but to make
Most-
it,
Most
I
people-
I disagree
I'm
that
just
it's most
saying, like,
people.
I know this. I guess it's because I get to talk to a lot of people because I worked as a volunteer for the police for a while, and some people I went on this whole thing with children. I mean, parents whose children committed suicide, and then it was like they never really talked to their children properly and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you were part of that. That's called a self-selecting experiment. So that's like your experience is that because your job or your what you were doing at the time was literally that. So it's
true.
it's a specific sample size that, yeah, absolutely. If that was your like everyday life dealing with that shit, I could totally see how you would feel that way. But the further removed I get from my youth, the more chill I get in general, and the more chill most other people seem to me. So
Is it you, or is it because you're thinking about you have to think about like relationships between families and extended families too.
And there's a difference between getting older and getting more socially mature. And honestly, I feel that a lot of people these days haven't reached, like, are having a hard time reaching anything resembling social maturity simply because there's this thing called the internet that allows you to
Yeah.
basically surround yourself with all the yes men in the world who
Yeah,
will
it's an
completely
echo
and totally
chamber.
validate all of your poor decisions and tell you that everybody else is wrong and that you deserve to be able to basically do whatever you want to without consequences. It's like really, really easy to fall into that trap.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think so. I think you also have to let yourself do that.
Well, yeah, but a lot of
Um,
people don't like if your entire experience growing up is being able to get on the internet, find a forum for the fandom that you're in, and have everybody in that same place tell you no, you're okay for whatever thing that you're doing that is clearly not okay from a social perspective. Like that's going to completely and totally warp your ability to interact with and deal with anything resembling a normal life.
I
Mm.
guess. I mean, I still think that there's a point where you make the choice, right?
Oh
Because
no, you
like,
totally do, but but if you don't, if you're
because
if
I
you're
had the internet when I
predisposed,
was I had the internet when I was a teenager, and I wrote some dumbass shit on the internet. Let me tell you.
right, but then
Uh,
you went into the military where you didn't have a choice but to be around people who weren't going to take your bullshit.
no, that's not really true. There's tons of people in the military with all sorts of bullshit.
Right, but
Um,
like like you were put into a situation where bullshit wouldn't fly. Not very
sorry.
much, anyways.
I mean, I don't know. There are just as many people in the military that are fooling themselves as there are in like the real world. But you know what the biggest difference between the military and everything else is? In the military, everything is taken care of for you. And I don't think people realize that. In fact, I remember one time I was getting my hair cut. This was like a couple years ago or whatever, and I got out in like 2013. And the lady who was cutting my hair found out that, she's like, "Oh, so you used to be in the Navy?" I was like, "Yeah, I used to be in the Navy." She's like, "Well, I'm making my son-in-law or whatever, or my stepson join the military." And I'm like, "Oh, why are you doing that?" And she's like, "Well, he needs to learn discipline and blah, blah, blah." And I was like, I hate to tell you this, but that's all a myth. That's not what happens. Like, people, I've witnessed it so many times. People go into the military and they'll like fake discipline, but as soon as they get out, they're exactly like they were before they went in. It's not what the movies or media tries to tell you it is, or what the military tries to sell you it as. Like, it's just another place to go.
Yeah, I just feel that, like, and again, personal experience, but I've seen way too many people who retreat into the internet to avoid having to deal with problems, only to find a bunch of other people on the internet also retreating into the internet to avoid problems, and they all just sort of sit around and pat each other on the ass and tell each other that it's okay to sit on the internet to avoid your problems.
I mean, I guess that's I guess I see what you're saying. I would just argue that happened long before the internet ever came around.
Oh yeah, but it's much easier now that the
It's
internet
yeah,
exists.
It's very more. You can't argue that it's not more accessible to do that. It's a literal fact that you
Well,
can go out
true,
there,
true, yes,
go on Reddit.
absolutely, absolutely, that is true. It is incredibly easy to create an echo chamber on the internet. That is correct. However, you have to like wonder. So like, just because, I guess what I'm trying to say is people who have mental health issues would have had mental health issues without the internet.
I agree.
It's just what they're doing in relation to those mental health issues are different.
No,
So they would still be non-neurotypical even if they didn't have their echo chamber, but it might actually be a worse thing that they were doing without that, if that makes sense.
Yeah and no, because I'm on Twitter a lot, because it's like I have two Twitters, one American Twitter, one Japanese Twitter. Japanese Twitter is way more peaceful than American Twitter, but like people are so out of touch of like reality because of the internet. They're so out
but
of
Twitter is a really bad place to gauge that because a lot of that is bots. Like,
no,
yeah. Like you wouldn't even know.
I'm talking about personal accounts. I'm
Okay.
talking about following the people who follow you back.
I don't do that.
Yeah,
But-
exactly. That's how I know. I know people on Twitter, they're so freaking unhinged. They're just so out of touch of reality because they just.
Well,
see
there's
the-
also shit that most of them wouldn't say in real life. You know, it's a very small subset of those people that would actually do that shit in real life. Which is, it's kind of like, I look at it as the shit that people are saying in like Twitter and social media and stuff is the same stuff that they used to say at their local bar to their other regulars or whatever that they were at the bar with. Like, it's the same thing, just like magnified.
True.
And honestly, I think we'll have a much better idea of how this all affects people 20 years from now. It's impossible to really know as you're in it.
That's true. But also, if you are anywhere near my age, the internet was completely different.
Well, yeah,
we
it was a
were
lot
growing up.
smaller.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think I had DSL in high school, I want to say.
Oh man, you
I
had
think
DSL in high school? Fuck you, man. You were one of those new kids that all of us old style people who had to do it on dial-up hated. Which
Well,
are downloading
I had-
an album in like 5 minutes instead of 41 hours.
No, I had dial-up for a long ass time before we got DSL.
No, dude, don't play me. I know
and it
you
was-
privileged. No, I'm just kidding. You shit.
It was slow DSL too. I mean, wow. Like DSL of nowadays is what cable internet was back then.
Right? Like, oh my god, it was so
Yeah.
great. I remember when I was oh man. Oh, what was it? I was when I first went to college. Sorry, had to gather my thoughts. When I first went to college and moved into the dorms, the very first thing that I did was start downloading stuff like crazy. because I was like, oh my god, we have a T1 line into the dorm. Holy hell, I'm just going to download literally everything. I'm downloading the whole internet. Like, it's all going to be on my hard drive. It'll happen. I went nuts downloading stuff because all I had up until that point was dial-up. And downloading a song on dial-up was like 40 minutes. And it's like, oh my god. It's night and day. How do people live with dial-up if this is an option?
Yeah, I went to I did like a year of college, and I did it in the city of Chicago, and my dorm was hooked up to the fiber backbone of the city. It was pretty great. Not gonna lie. But yeah, nowadays my cable internet is as fast as that, so.
Oh. What the hell was going on? Why are people asking me to stream stuff or to be on a stream? What's going on?
Wait, what? What's going on?
Something on Crow's server in the Age channel. Like, I got pinged. Somebody was saying that they wanted me to join for a stream. I'm like, what?
They want you to start your beef with Crow.
Like right now? Oh man, I'm on it. Let's go. Crow beef time.
Is requested for Age streaming right now.
Yeah, like I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Like, okay, I guess whatever. Like, I'm not streaming. I'm not gonna stream anything with Age.
Wait, are we supposed to stream Age night right now today?
No, that's tomorrow night, isn't it?
Right. Yeah, that's why I'm so confused.
Right, it's supposed to be tomorrow night.
Oh, someone joined.
Who joined? Is it Dipper?
Yeah.
Dipper, what's going on the Age channel, man? Why are people bothering me while I'm trying to stream?
They want some technical aspects.
Oh, was Crow trying to get his shit working?
Probably.
Oh, yeah, I'll deal with it later. I told him I'd help him out, but he's like, got to give me a heads up on this shit. Like, contact me later. Like, just ping me directly instead of trying to get me through a channel. I got all my shit muted because I'm streaming.
Oh, cause Nitro. Yeah.
What do you mean Nitro? What's that got to do with it? I don't know what Nitro has to do with it.
Oh, can't you like stream in higher quality?
Yeah, but it's not that. He's trying to get his audio and stuff set up, and I told him I'd help him. And I was like, dude, let me know when you want to work on it. And then apparently, like, he got on a stream and, like, didn't actually contact me directly, it sounds like. And, like, EK was trying to get up with me. And I'm like, but, dude, like, nobody told me I needed to be somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see a stream go up in the Crow server, so.
Right, exactly. So I have no idea what's going on there. That's why I was asking Dipper, because Dipper's usually on top of shit. If you ever need to know something, ask Dipper. Dipper knows what's going on.
Dipper, what's going on?
Don't ask me too much.
You still at work, dude?
Oh.
You still at work, Dipper? That's possible.
Wow.
I don't know. It sounded like he was in a mechanical room.
I mean, he works at a Home Depot, so it might be in a break room or something. Or out back smoking. He's in Hawaii, so they can still go outside this time of year.
Motherfucker.
Right? I mean, I can go outside, just not for very long if I want to survive it.
Yeah.
I work in a warehouse. I could do whatever I want as long as I just lift boxes.
I do what I want in this here warehouse.
Yes, sir.
All right. This piece goes in here like that, I guess. Yeah, that goes. Yep, that's right. Gotta cut that off.
Is it true that Kotobukiya can only print detail on one side?
No, it's not true. They just choose not to. I steadfastly believe that they could do it if they wanted to.
Yeah, it's cheaper from a manufacturing point of view to do one side detail. That's why.
Dang it! I put that in upside down. Sat here like was making sure I was putting it in right. Then I had to pull it out to adjust it and put it in back upside down. I will say this about these kits though: you cannot put things in wrong. Like the kit will not allow it. Like even parts that look like for example, on the red parts on the front of the wings look like they should go on either side, right? They're totally interchangeable. They are not. They have specific sides that they both have to go on, and you cannot swap them.
No. But if it's a frame arms kit, you can break them.
Well, I mean, you can break anything on a frame arms kit. You just like look at them funny, and you're gonna break it. Like that's not a. I wouldn't exactly call that a big deal.
I don't know. After I did like a full like pledge coat, well, I pledge coated all the clear parts on my Jag Falcons, and that seemed to sturdy it up quite a bit.
I'll say this, man. I tried to warn you without being discouraging on those things. The Jag Falcons is probably the most. It is probably the most stable of the ones I've ever built. If that gives you an indication of what the stability of the other frame arms kits are.
The only thing I think I actually broke on it was the inner frame, but I didn't manage to fix it. So
it's honestly where the like shoulders and hips connect in. It is better to just glue those as soon as they tell you where to put them. You're just like, nope, gluing them right now.
But yeah, I like it a lot. I've still got it on display, and I probably won't take it down anytime soon.
I mean, it looks beautiful. I absolutely love the way that kit looks, but it is fragile. Is the nice way of putting it, I guess you could say.
What kind of LED kit? I'm doing the 00 Full Saber. Have you done that before?
No.
The MG?
I have not. But I might know something about the LED kit. What are you asking?
Well, I've already got one in the GN drive, but like I finished the body already, and I'm working on like the backpack.
Okay.
And it says only apply sticker 36 if you choose to use the separately sold LED unit to light up the kit.
Yes, there is a different style of LEDs that they sell that are like the ones that go in the PGU.
Okay.
But they're specific for some of those 00 kits.
So what you're saying is I'm going to make another LED rig.
You can if you'd like, yes.
Okay. Then I will put sticker 36 on.
Well, if you're going to LED rig it yourself, you might not want to put that sticker on until you know if it's going to be able to go through or not.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit there.
Oh, I'm saying if you're going to put LEDs on it, you may not want to put that sticker on until you're certain that it's going to go, it's going to be what you want it to be.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Stickers are not that hard to take off.
Oh, Dipper's on the bus. Them wheels on them bus go round and round.
Well, a bus is basically a moving mechanical room, so. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to finish this thing tonight.
That's okay. I'm probably not going to finish mine tonight either, but I'm going to work on it for a little while longer until I get the wings finished at least.
I just always underestimate how long the accessories take to build.
Oh, God. And then you get into those kits where it's like, do this accessory. Then build 6 more of this goddamn MGX machine gun. Fucking Gatling guns. Motherfucking drag.
Dude, I got the MGX on the first day of the drop, and I still have not built it. I didn't even get it myself. My girlfriend got it for me.
It did not take me long to build the main kit, but oh my God, it's not hard, but you have to be so careful with everything about that kit.
Did you paint yours or you straight build?
I straight builded it. I didn't. Well, I'm not going to paint it to look like Banshee because they're going to put out a Banshee, which is going to look better.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to paint it to look like it already is out of the box because I'm just lazy.
That's true. I might just paint the frame and just leave the white, honestly.
Yeah,
like you could tell.
Literally everybody I've seen that's painted it has painted it in unicorn colors, and I'm like, okay, I guess it looks like a better paint job, but they didn't do anything overly creative with it. Like if you do a two-tone on the white and have like a sort of a grayish under armor and then like that white top armor, that could be really cool, but I haven't seen anybody do anything like that, and I'm just like, all right, everybody's just painting it like a unicorn. That's kind of boring.
Yeah, it's like it's because the whole solid white look is just really strong. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it is, and I totally get it, but I'm like, what's the point of painting it? Like, just top coat it, make it look like it was painted. Move on
Yeah.
about your day.
Oh, when you paint it, there's less light leak. Less light leak.
Protection.
I wouldn't even go that far. I mean, if you're painting the individual pieces, you're still going to get the same amount of light leakage because the light's coming through the panels.
Really?
Yeah,
When
it's
even
not.
when I paint what's it called? Even when I paint white, just like even if I shine a flashlight through it, it doesn't go through.
The plastic on that is actually really heavy, so
Mm.
you're not going to get bleed through the plastic itself. You're just going to get it around the panels.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, it actually is a really well made kit. I was actually really surprised at the quality of the plastic. Like, it's actually
Yes.
pretty thick.
Please release a regular MG with that frame. Thanks, Bandai. Please.
You actually don't want that.
I don't have space. Oh, I don't want a regular MG of it?
Yeah, not with that inner frame, because the inner frame is designed specifically to have the LED strip running through it, which limits a lot of the like ability to like take it apart and like you once that thing's together, it doesn't come apart.
Mhm.
You just can't, like, you have to completely disassemble everything on it to get even one piece off of it.
I mean, Zaku did it.
But you really don't want to reuse the entirety of that inner frame because it's so specific to having the lighting running through it.
Well, then give me a good MG unicorn.
Oh, now that I'll agree with. Yeah, a good MG unicorn would be nice.
That's what I
feel
want.
like the most they're gonna do is re-release the MGEX, but without the extra Gatlings and the shields.
Probably.
I'll take it. If it's, I would probably pay $100 for that.
Yeah, let's see. Because honestly, most of the what's it called? I could see that the price is inflated just because of the base and the Gatling guns.
I just don't I don't have the space for that whole diorama. It takes up too much space.
Actually, if you want to display it like that, yes, but you can, you can just take the shields off and mount them on the action base itself. It all just mounts on there. It compacts down quite nicely.
Does it?
I don't really like the base itself, so I was thinking of just cutting up the connector so I could, plug it straight into the back of the unicorn. I don't like the.
Oh, it
base.
already does that. You don't have to use it on that base. The base is just there if you want to hide the wiring.
Okay.
Can I put it on a 1?
Probably.
I like
Is that-
ours,
I think it's got a hole in the bottom for sticking it on a normal action base. You might want to double check that. I think it does, but I'm not. Don't hold me to that because I wasn't paying that much attention to it when I was doing it.
I don't get mad at people for shit like that. I can look up that stuff myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's
I
but no, you don't
expect
have
you to know everything.
Right, but you definitely don't have to use that base. Like, the wiring is not attached to the base. You can just run the wiring through the arm of the base so that it's hidden.
Yeah, it's like the F91 base.
Come on.
Yeah, I still don't want to pay $250 for it.
I mean, that's entirely legit if you don't want to do that. Like, that is 100% your prerogative.
Well, I could buy a perfect grade for that amount of money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but,
did it for the novelty of the lighting rig on it. Like, it's pretty cool. It was an interesting build. If they put out a unicorn, I'm definitely gonna ditch the. If they put out the Banshee, I'm definitely ditching the unicorn for a Banshee. But we'll have to see how they do the lights that go through the backpack and everything.
I just want the VNVS though. I do not want the Norn IMO. It should come with both.
Yeah, we'll see.
If
They're
you're
gonna
charge
release
$250 for it, I sure hope it comes with both.
They're gonna release as many versions of that of this kit as they possibly can. So you probably will get what you want eventually if you're willing to pay the P Bandai price for it.
They'll probably do like a Banshee Norn and then like a P Bandai for the armed armor.
but the price wouldn't make sense because the Band-Aid Destiny and the Beam Magnum would still be less plastic than what we get with the regular MDX. They still have enough runners to spare to include a VNBS. That's why.
It doesn't matter about the amount of plastic in that case, because that is Bandai totally going, oh, you want this? You're going to pay for it. Cause,
Yeah, I feel like MGEX and the PGU kind of violate the plastic rule that seems to apply to most other kits.
Oh, the PGU doesn't really violate it. Actually, it's what's it called? It uses the funding in the plating of parts.
Hmm.
Yeah.
the
'cause-
plating, the metal etch, the plastic stickers, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's actually the cheapest it can be while making profit. Like I was just like looking at it.
Mm.
Man, I still need to finish mine.
That's also like I think it's cool as hell looking, but I think there's a lot of other perfect grades I would build before that.
I
Definitely.
mean, I've got 4 right now. Do you does the Rodems kit count? Because if so, it's 5.
I think so.
Fair enough.
Let me see how much backlog I have right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, the fact that you can just turn around and count it. Oh, you think you're all fancy with your being able to
17,
just
18.
turn
I have
around
a
and
small
count some shit.
room. I have a small room and my wall is just kits. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. 37 kits.
37. Oh, that's cute. I'm sorry. I'm not. I am
mean-
not
I
a
mean-
backlog elitist. I'm just a senile old man who has way too much stuff in his own backlog.
I
What-
know.
What
I
are
know.
you considering a kit for your backlog? Like what is that? What qualifies?
What qualifies? Oh, I mean, high grade Gundam Alex, high grade Silver Suppressor, what's real grade X2, real grade Zaku, high grade Zaku.
No, I'm just saying like for my backlog, like where are you cutting off?
Oh,
High
like,
grade?
no, just like regular kits. Like
High grade and above.
I mean, literally, if I have to put it together, it counts as backlog.
yeah.
Well, then I've got like 40, but like half of them are 30-minute missions option kits.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, man, I'd count it
Yeah.
most of the time. Like if you plan on building it and you got a point for it, then there you go.
Because I don't like have space in my room for 40 kits of backlog. I have my storage is a closet that's less than a foot across.
40 would be a dream to get down to. That would be cutting my backlog in half.
Yeah, I
Why
have
do
nowhere
you
to
have
put
such a
that.
big backlog?
What's that?
Why do you have such a big backlog?
Because I keep seeing things that look cool and I go, oh man, I want that. And then I look at my bank account and I go, I can totally afford that. And then I buy it.
Oh.
Yeah, I've unfortunately started doing that too.
And it's a bad habit to get into, it really is. But like that's the only thing that I am spending money on hobbies for right now. So like, because like I used to be into playing Magic and Hero Clicks and like stuff like that, but I can't now because of the COVIDs. So
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like I buy Gundam kits.
Magic's really cool. I want to get into it, but like,
Don't.
yeah.
It's a trick.
Anti-consumer.
It's a pyramid scheme. Don't do it.
I heard Magic's very anti-consumer.
It's
It
not
is.
that it's.
I mean, it's fun, but it's ultimately a trick. It's
If you
basically
get-
a gotcha game. If you're okay with playing gotcha games, then play Magic. That's
I mean,
fine.
you can avoid that problem if you just dedicate yourself to be like, I want to play this deck, and I like that's all. So I'm just gonna buy the cards I want on the secondary market and be done with it. Like, if you can stick to that, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, but that's no fun.
Yeah, but it's sticking to that is like really hard to do because like you're like, oh man, I like playing ninjas, and then they'll release a set that has a bunch of new ninjas in it, and you're like, well shit, now I got to get these ninjas to go in my ninja deck, right?
Well, and there's also they phase out, you know, if you want to play in any official tournaments, you have to be playing the new stuff. So,
Oh no, I don't even worry about that. But it's like,
or even if you want to play it like Friday Night Magic, like
well,
you
if you
have
want to
to-
play, if you want to play F&M, you just do drafts and then either sell off the rares you get at the end of the night, or you know, like
yeah,
just toss
that's
them.
still it's still luck though, because
is, but-
I've bought a box before where I've gotten like one rare. Not rare. What's the gold ones?
Gold is
or not-
rare. You're thinking mythics, which are the
Yeah.
reddish ones, copper, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think I've gotten a box where I got one of those and like barely any rares and like
Well-
mostly uncommons.
Well, you get one rare a pack, so like you're gonna get
Yeah.
the rares, but like getting good rares is a different matter
Yeah.
altogether.
Yeah. But it's been a long time since I played as well. I think the last one I played, I don't remember what the set was called, but there was a card. It was a green card. It was a beast, and like you could sack it to gain life or something. But then there were cards in that set that would let you bring it back on the table, and you would just keep sacking it and gaining life. It was super cheap as hell.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff like that comes out literally every set.
Well, but that was like it wasn't the most expensive card from that set, but it was like a expensive card from that set.
Right.
So that's just why I remember it.
Yeah, but that's the thing with Magic. If you try to keep up with the Joneses on it and try to, play competitively or keep up with the meta or whatever, then yeah, you're going to end up spending a lot of money. But like if you're just like, hey, I want to play Commander and I'm only ever going to play this one type of deck, and that's
Oh, yeah, I
all
play
you ever
one.
actually play, then you're just like, then you can get away with being pretty cheap at Magic, so.
Well, I mean, at that point, I almost may as well just like play on what is it called, Mandrake or whatever. What's the name of the
X-Men?
unofficial? Nah, well, maybe that's what it's called now.
There's several different ones.
Cockatrice.
Yeah, I
was
don't
what
know
I
if
used
anybody
to play
uses
on.
Cockatrice anymore.
Yeah, that was the thing. But because then you can have any card you want.
I mean, there's that, but like you can't play that against your friends in person.
I disagree.
Man, it's like playing Pot of Greed. I know more about Yu-Gi-Oh.
I mean,
I'm-
you could just play.
Man, it hurts my feelings that you know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, so I'd ban you from my streams, but I'm not that kind of guy.
Oh my god, I only know it because my brother played. Sorry, my accent's coming in.
That's okay.
My brother played Yu-Gi-Oh with my gym teacher. So
That
my gym
sounds
teacher let me
questionable.
keep class. No. They'd have a club and my gym teacher.
Oh,
the-
okay.
The what's it called, the supervisor.
Yeah,
So-
the club sponsor, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Staff advisor. That's what they call it.
He let me skip class in the papers, just because it was like, oh, it's his little brother, and that's it.
I had a bad experience with Yu-Gi-Oh players once that I will never get over, and soured me on everybody who has ever talked about Yu-Gi-Oh ever again. Which I know is
Wait,
completely and totally biased, but that's just how it is.
Well,
Wait,
that's how brains work. So
I mean,
Um,
I was organizing a D&D group for like basically like 15 to 20 people at the time, and people would come in and just drop into a table and play. It's basically what Adventures League is now. And we were playing at a game store, and they would always hold these Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments on the same day that we were there to play D&D, which in and of itself is not a bad deal, but like they were always kind of loud and obnoxious, and like
Yeah.
we didn't really like them because they were loud and obnoxious. And one day I'm sitting there and it's like all these like 20 to 30-year-old guys and older coming in to play Yu-Gi-Oh, and like occasionally you get like these young kids coming in to play, which I'm like, okay, hey, cool, young kids coming in to actually play a game for kids, fine. And then one day I'm sitting there and I overheard this like dude who had to be in his late 20s, early 30s, just like completely ripping into this kid, like just like Like literally calling him names that I would not call a grown person that I greatly dislike.
Wait, why?
That's best as I can tell because the kid was losing and the guy was basically like, "Oh shit, yeah, look at me. I'm, that you suck at this game." And I'm like, "Dude, this kid's like 9 years old. What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Yeah.
Right? So like I went up to talk to the guy who ran the store and I was like, "Hey, like this shit's going on. Like are you going to do anything about it? Like cuz this is not cool. Like this dude talking to this kid this way. Like what the hell?" And the guy like just kind of shrugged. He's like, "Well, they pay their $5 to play, whatever." And I'm like, "Man, fuck you and fuck Yu-Gi-Oh players forever."
Oh my God.
Like, I
never
was just
had any
done with that
like
shit.
Yeah.
But
I
like
don't know,
that's the
when
thing.
I
Then
was-
I like after that though, I found out that in this area, every single game store up in my area had the only reason they were playing at the store that I was at that day is because every other game store in the area had banned all Yu-Gi-Oh from being played in their store because of shit like that.
Wow.
Right? And I'm just like, well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yu-Gi-Oh, like when I was in high school, like Yu-Gi-Oh was basically like what the anime nerds played instead of Magic.
Mm.
So, like you had your Magic nerds and like they'd play D&D and Magic and shit, and then like your anime nerds play Yu-Gi-Oh.
Right.
Yeah, I graduated in high school in 2019. So, what they actually played in high school, like kids my age, 21-ish, is what's it called? They play more D&D than anything else, but Magic. No one played Yu-Gi-Oh.
Well, they made the right choice. Despite
Well,
the
like-
fact that playing D&D makes you a complete and total nerd. I play D&D several times a week. I know. You can trust me on that one.
I'm kind
yeah,
of surprised that that's like that popular, you know.
Really?
What, D&D?
Yeah.
Oh, man. People
Yeah.
love D&D. Killing dragons? That is some bomb shit right there, man.
Hey yo, I know there's like a D&D market for like minis and stuff, and I know that's what resin printers were for before.
If you're asking about whether or not it would be a good idea to get into it, unless you're going to be sculpting and printing your custom-made, like, full minis, probably not.
Really?
Yeah, unless you are bringing something entirely unique to the table, it's going to be really hard to break into that market because there are so many people already doing it.
Oh, like people don't do custom characters? Like, describe a character, I'll draw them, and then I could sculpt it for you. I could do like the whole shebang.
Oh yeah, you could totally. If that's what you're doing, then yeah, you could totally get into that. As long as it's like, like totally like, as long as it's fully customizable and everything, then yes. In fact, there was a company that tried to get off the ground doing that as a business model, but it was like, here's a set of like pre-made assets that you could pick from and then build your character around, and then we 3D print it. But I don't know how well they're doing, because like
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
it's like Hero Forge or something like that.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I've heard of that too.
Yeah,
Well,
but so if you're
turns out that making fully custom characters is very time consuming.
Yeah, it is.
yeah, I mean that's what I'm
Um,
saying. Like if you're willing to actually like go through the trouble of literally like making full on character designs and 3D printing them based on what people are telling you about their characters, which number one is a bad idea because you have to listen to people tell you about their characters. But number two,
Just
I mean,
listen to them.
yeah, like I feel like the amount of time that you'd be putting in would not be cost effective for the people that would want that as a service unless they are like really, really into it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like if someone wants their own custom D&D figure of themselves, they're gonna have that kind of money.
You'd be surprised at how many people don't have that kind of money for anything they want, but they'll ask for it anyways.
I mean, the key thing would be to make sure that all of your like really think about your model, your business model, and then be like super clear about it. Because I did like a little bit of freelance web design like way back in the day, and I ended up, because I didn't put like clear terms in, I ended up doing like a million versions of like one web page, and because it was just not good. So, but if you put clear terms up front, like, hey, this is the number of changes you get to make, you know, stuff like that, then it might work out.
Usually, I found the best way to avoid people doing that kind of stuff is to say you charge by the hour.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. They'd be more careful.
Well, I mean, we were talking about that in Crow's server a little bit today because I was on Facebook and found a guy who was offering to do like custom Gunpla builds, but like one of the services he was advertising was like, I'll also do out of the box builds and mail it to you. And I'm like, I could do that, but not for the amount of money people who would want that done would be willing to spend. Because I'm like, I'd charge like $25 an hour because that's how much my time is worth. Like, and nobody's gonna want to pay me to $25 an hour to do an out of the box build.
Do you
An
remember
out of
what
the box build?
Yeah, like no customizations, just out of the box, maybe top coat, maybe stickers.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either, man. I was like, what? And then like I think it was either Dipper or somebody else was like, well, you know, there's a bunch of people out there who are into collecting statues and they can't get statues of like the mobile suits they want, but they don't want to put together the model kit, so they'll just pay somebody to do the model kit for them.
That's true. There is that market.
And I'm like,
I mean,
I guess, but like,
That makes a certain amount of sense, but like, I don't know.
I would feel like I was ripping somebody off if they paid me to do an out of the box build. Like I would just straight up be like, okay, but like,
I feel like it's personal branding though. Like, do you want something built by this person? Oh, hold on.
I feel like, or it was like actually, I think it was one of my parents asked me like, oh, can you like sell these things after you build them? And I was like, not really. Like,
oh, you
the
totally
whole
can.
point-
I actually sold 5 this week that I built a long time ago, but it was to
Oh,
other
really?
builders who were like, hey, I'm going to use
who
that
want to
for
do like a
kit bashing
custom build or
something.
something,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, no, but like I think what they had in mind was like, can you create extra value from them?
Right. The answer is
Which I don't think is maybe if you're like one of those people, because they see like the builds that I do and think they look really good, and I'm like, yeah, but if you went on Google, you would see that the people who are actually selling these things are like light years ahead of me.
Right. Like I was actually talking to Zach Aurelius about buying one of his pieces. Because like there's no way like I could practice for years and years and years and not be nearly as good as that guy. And like he does good work. I totally like I know the value of people's time. I know the value of art. Like I get it, but like in order to get to the point where people are willing to pay you that much, like you got to be that level and above, right? So
Yeah, and like I'm super proud of the stuff that I do, but I just know it's not that level.
no, I mean you do
So,
good work,
and-
man. Like
I know, but I know I don't have the patience to get to that level either. Like the amount of detail they work on, like just the painstaking detail, I just can't. I can't do that.
man, being proud of what you do when it comes to Gunpla is that is a state that one day I wish to attain. Like when it comes to custom builds, like I always look at my stuff and I'm like, this is absolute horse shit. Yeah, I fucked it all up. I can see all of the imperfections, all of the little problems, and I'm just like, there's no way I can keep doing this. Like I feel like a fucking fraud.
Yeah, I used to feel that way about a lot of stuff, and then like I actually I'm a recovering alcoholic. And
Congratulations.
thanks. It's been 17 months. And I went through like CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy,
Right.
as part of my treatment. And that has helped me relax a lot more about that kind of stuff. So like I still see it. Like when I look at my Sazabi, I still see that I fucked up that Casball Daikun symbol. And it pisses me off, but like I can let that go really easily. Like I can look at it and like almost zoom out and just see like the bigger picture and like understand that even though I know that that's not great, the whole thing looks pretty good, you know.
I mean, the way I look at it is everything that I notice is a mistake is something I can look at and make sure that I avoid next time and grow the craft. But it's like I look at it and I'm like, I can do better. Like every time I do one, I'm like, I can probably do better than this.
Yeah, I also think that too. Like I definitely think I can improve. I just am also happy when I make progress, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I've never looked at something and been like, man, this is garbage and I'm gonna throw it in the trash. But I look at it like there's a couple pieces that I look at now and I look at it and I'll go, yeah, I'm gonna buy another one of these and try again because like this is not up to the standard that I would like it to be given where I've been and what I've done.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I felt that way like when I did my my Banshee Norn RG, and I did so first I did a pledge coat on the whole thing. Like I opened up the armor and did a pledge coat, and so I was gonna basically, and then I put on the transfers, and then I was gonna close the armor and then do a flat coat on the blue. But when I was like putting the transfers on, I noticed that the pledge ended up pooling in some of the spaces in between the armor plates.
Oh yeah.
And that like I was like, oh no.
Right, because that's like all of that stuff's a pretty tight fit. So yeah.
Luckily the pledge, like you can get it off pretty easily. I just used some of the Tamiya X20A thinner, and it comes off really easy.
Alcohol actually takes it off really good too.
I think that's basically what X20A is.
It's very close.
X28
Yeah.
is alcohol, yeah.
Yeah, it smells like it. So
The way I learned that it takes off top coat is I was using I was trying to do some panel lining on the top coat with or not panel lining, but trying to fill in a little couple of detail things with the markers, the Sharpies.
Gundam markers?
No, Sharpies.
Sharpies.
And Sharpies are alcohol based, and I was like, this is taking my top coat square off. Well, that's no good. That's unfortunate. Oh well.
Yeah, and I think you recommended that I use alcohol to try and clean off like that layer.
Yeah.
And it worked to a certain extent, but
yeah, it takes a lot of work to get that all. Like every time I do it, I'm like, I kind of regret it because I know I'm going to be cleaning this for like 20 minutes.
I'm telling you, man, do a coat of Tamiya smoke, and it just hides it.
Fair enough.
Because I mean, you're mostly doing it on like black parts, right? Or black
Yeah.
parts or dark blue parts or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, the Tamiya smoke, all it does is tints it slightly, and you can't see that layer
fair enough.
anymore.
Fair enough.
Yeah. What's up? Hey, my bad.
What? But you're bad for what?
No, it's just an expression.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up? Oh, the clip? Oh, yeah, the clip is...
What should I do? Just
Ooh.
it loosened up.
Loosened up.
I mean,
I
I
think
was
his
asking
brother
him-
broke something.
Okay, I was about to say like, but
You
why is he saying my bad to us? He didn't do anything.
No.
It's an expression. I don't know. I'll explain.
No,
it.
I know it's an expression. I was just like when you said it, I was like, but you didn't do anything, dude. Like, why you don't have to
Oh.
apologize.
Okay.
Should I heat it up?
Yeah, you gotta heat it up a little bit and bend it, but you gotta be careful with the heat. Probably use it with water. Water.
Hot water.
Yeah, hot water and then bend it back and forth. Oh, I didn't know you were gonna take it off. You shouldn't have split it.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No,
Probably-
I never split it.
Oh,
I-
what happened with this?
Not this one. I was just
All
taking
right,
it out
let's see
because
here.
it's hot, okay. So it left with a... Oh, fuck.
Oh, so you took it off after?
Huh? I took it off just to see if this
Oh,
was
yeah, okay.
overbent.
Get it?
So use hot water here.
Yeah, hot water. Guide it back in place. Yeah.
Cool it. Rapid cool. What do you suggest?
Yeah. Just let
Well,
it
no,
chill.
what's the best? Room temperature cool? Or...
I never messed up with that. I don't know.
I didn't mess up. Like it just happened. Like I was holding it, but okay.
Don't crack it.
Wouldn't it be better to crack it and then cement it?
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah and no.
Wouldn't have been better.
Maybe. Yeah, I would have. This dude. Oh no, I said my bad because I yelled hella loud.
Oh no, he didn't. I didn't even notice, man. It's cool. I was like, but you didn't. Why are you? No, you don't have to say my bad, dude. You didn't do anything.
But yeah, my brother very new to this hobby, so we gotta guide him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I get you, man.
Oh, what's he building?
It's his first master grade building, 0 per craft.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
starting off pretty heavy there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Is it? I haven't built it yet.
That's okay.
It's like. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
Oh, no, I'm just saying. Oh, we only get kits of like the ones we like. There's no real ladder, just display pieces. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no real practice. So.
I mean, I get you there. My first one was the double X because I was like, oh, double X is so cool.
Yeah, double X. Man, I want to get my hands on that, but.
I just USEX has it. I just ordered it from them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've ordered something from USAGs before, and it took 8 weeks for it to come in.
Their shipping is a little slow.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it other places too. Like,
yeah,
I think-
it's that the double X is usually pretty easy to get. It's not nearly as rare as the X.
Mhm.
Now the X is almost impossible to get these days, which is bizarre to me. You'd think that the double X would be the harder one to get.
That's true. That is true.
So I was panel lining my Zaku 2 FZ.
Oh, with
And-
silver?
Well, I used gold on the dark green,
Hmm.
and then I cleaned it up, and then I did a coat of that smoke on it. And I
Yeah.
think it turned out pretty well.
I mean, I have to give that a shot next time I do it. Although I don't know what the next kit I would want to do it on is. But also I found that the Tamiya regular gray panel liner actually shows up really good on dark parts because it's very light gray. It's like almost white, which is why I don't like it on white parts.
Yeah, I use it on my 30-minute missions. But on like, and I use it on like HGs, but anything I care about, I think it almost looks more like dirt than anything else.
Yeah, depends on how you do it. Like I just really don't like their regular gray. The dark gray's fine. The regular gray is kind of trash.
Yeah, I mean, so I use the regular gray on the black parts of like simpler kits, and then I use the dark gray on the white. Well, I use dark gray and black on the white, depending on what kind of line it is.
Right.
I tend to use the dark gray on like the raised edges and the black on the actual lines. But I want to get their light gray. I want to try that out for the black parts.
So
'Cause
as
they
opposed to
have-
just the regular gray, they actually
Yeah,
make
they
a
actually
light
have
gray?
a light gray. Yeah,
How is
they
it
do.
lighter than their regular gray? The regular gray is already basically white.
Well, it's probably white. That's why I want to get it.
Oh man.
I think you're not mixing up the pigment enough.
Oh no, dude, I've shaken that thing for ages and it's not as dark as I want. It's
You
way
have-
lighter
have
than
a-
the regular Gundam
It's lighter than the
panel liner.
Gundam marker, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Do you have a scraper? You have to scrape the pigment off the bottom.
Yep,
before
I
you
even
shake
put a
it.
couple ball bearings in there to make sure that it stays shaken well.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that problem. On my light gray, well, not anymore at least. On my light gray I used was like, oh, it's pretty decently gray.
Yeah, it's just not it is gray, but it's not gray enough.
It's extremely subtle
Yes.
to the point where I don't have the patience for it.
Right.
Uh,
Like I want it to be, I want it to basically be the same as the Gundam panel liner, and that's what their dark gray basically is, and it works.
Yeah,
out
the
for me.
dark gray looks like the GSI Krios gray.
Wait, why
and
is
that's
that even- I
that's
guess
that's
because
coming
it goes
together.
over-
What else do you have to do in that?
There's weapons and stuff, but I'm just trying to get the
Oh.
body done for now,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll actually I might just take this. No, I can't take that piece off because then that other piece would come out. Dang it!
What
Lining
is
this up is annoying.
thing?
What is
What is
thing?
this shiny thing? Type J9 Griffin 160th
What?
Moderoid.
Oh, Motoroid stuff. Okay.
I don't know. It's in the Hexaforge news links pictures.
I'll look at it in a sec.
It's extremely shiny.
It's like Epion special coating shiny.
Yeah,
Ooh.
but blue, dark blue.
Ooh.
It looks nice. It looks expensive, but it looks nice.
Oh, this piece goes on here. Goes like. If it's Motoroid, it probably isn't going to be that expensive. Maybe.
I just think the finish looks expensive.
That's fair enough.
That's like I mean, Hyakushigi 2.0 is a nice kit, but it's not $75 nice, except for the coating. Like, if it didn't have the coating, I would not pay anywhere near that much for it.
Gotcha.
If it didn't have the coating, it wouldn't be that much.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Yeah, if it didn't have the coating, I mean, that's like a $45 MG, I want to say.
Isn't it smaller than the Mark II 2.0?
I don't know. I haven't built that one yet, but I can put it next to the Barbatos.
The what now?
Barbatos.
The what? The Barbatos. We're not gonna.
That's
get
what he
into that.
said.
We're not gonna get into that fight.
Uh,
Right. So I
they're
can't
about the same
transform that
height.
without pulling this off.
Mm.
He's about the same height as the Barbatos.
That's pretty bizarre.
I still need to build my Barbados. The box is just right in front of me.
It's a fun
And-
build.
Oh, it's because I mod and paint all my kits. So
It's
a
also
very-
easy to mod.
yeah. No, I was gonna replace the whole spine with my own design.
You could do that. That wouldn't be that bad.
Yeah, and then just like a whole bunch of shit. But right now I'm just getting ready to ship these hands to Ambassador and Pro.
Okay, Shiki is also about the same height as MG Full Saber, which I'm assuming is roughly the same height as Exia.
Oh, you know what? They need to make an MG of the fucking
A lot of
Astria.
things.
Astria.
You can get like third-party ones.
I know, but like, I prefer like official Bandai. You know? I don't know. I don't know what about it, but like, I don't really get into dupes that much because
I mean, is it technically a dupe if they didn't make an official one?
it kind of is because then what would it won't be a dupe if it's 100% original. Then it would be a third party kit, but it would probably use the Exia frame, which would
Yeah,
make
I
it-
mean, I think an official one probably would too.
yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you. But
Yeah, but like, yeah, I just like the Astria because of the Proto GN.
in fact, it looks like just from browsing like that Gundam Model Central page. Not only do they have a third-party Estrella, they have a bunch of extra add-ons for the third-party Estrella.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, there appears to be a third-party Estrella market out there.
Heck yeah.
Yep.
Astria is a very popular design.
I don't know. I still need to. I want to get the armed armor for my RG Banshee.
That's so rare.
Well, the official one is.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I'm not paying $100 for an expansion kit, so I can get an effects wing one for like $30. I want to say.
What's rare right now, because of no reprints, is the RG Banshee itself.
Really? I just got it
Yep.
not too long ago.
Yep,
Really?
I've been having a hard time getting one. Thank you
Are
for
you talking about
reminding me.
Wait, is there a non-Norn one?
No.
Nope.
The RG Banshee Norn is sold out everywhere.
Yep.
Oh.
Even in
Yeah.
Japan, maybe, I think.
I shouldn't have built it.
Yeah.
I got it like I want to
There we
say
go.
a month ago. I think I got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, because everyone wanted the Banshee for Christmas, apparently.
I broke the arm on mine and had to order one through Crow to get a new one.
You know,
No.
you don't have to do that anymore. You can go through Bluefin now.
I didn't have the. You have to have the receipt, and it has to be within a
Oh.
certain time frame. And
That's
mine,
true.
I did not have the receipt, and it was nowhere near within that time frame.
You and your
Wait.
backlog.
You really get
Yes,
replacement parts?
up to 6 per kit.
Yep.
But you have to take a picture of the UPC, the Bluefin sticker, and you have to have a copy of your receipt.
Yep.
Which online receipts count as well. So
Yeah, but
I
like,
I
and
sent
it
them
has
my
to have been
Amazon
purchased
receipt.
within the last like X amount of months or something like that too.
I think
and
it's 3. I want to
Yeah,
say.
yeah, and I bought mine like a couple years ago, so
If
that
you
would've
just Google Bluefin replacement parts.
Because I did buy 2 high-grade Mobiuses, 00 Mobiuses, in case I broke apart. Because that's why I got like 4 wings, in case I broke apart. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
that's why you had an entire bag full of wings?
Yeah. Because
that's what he's telling you. He's secretly starting his own Gunpla store is the thing.
little shop, little hobby shop.
Wing
over here.
shop? A wing shop?
Yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's too competitive, man. I live right next to New Type. What am I gonna do? They're gonna buy me.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, no, I didn't find out about it until Lavian told me the other day in the Discord.
Yeah.
So
I found out about
But-
it because people told me when I broke my my other part, they're like, you can just get a replacement. I looked at the requirements and I'm like, no, I can't, because I'm that guy who buys a kit and it's on a
'Cause you're
shelf for
the
years.
guy with the ridiculous backlog.
I am.
Your walls are probably made of backlogs, man.
I mean, I have a special shelf just for my backlog, and it's full, so now they sit on the floor too. That's the kind of guy I currently am.
That's the mood.
Wow.
Big mood.
That's where your stimulus went.
What's that?
That's where your stimulus went.
I mean, I didn't get a stimulus. They wouldn't let me have one.
Oh, you're one of them, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I didn't get one because I'm dependent.
Well, I didn't get one
Yeah.
because,
Makes over 85.
yeah. That's why I said it doesn't really, like, having a big backlog doesn't bother me because it's not like I can't afford it. There are people, though, who are like, oh, I got this giant backlog, and I'm like, why? You can't even afford to, like, bathe. Like, that's not cool, yo.
Yeah, I keep my backlog to what I can fit in this tiny closet. So
Fair enough.
I don't even know when I'm gonna I'm starting to run out of space to rotate kits off of display. So
I was thinking of giving some of my kits to Barnes and Nobles so that they could display them on the shelves.
I was thinking of doing that for my local Gunpla shop as well, or my local game store that's going to start carrying Gunpla, or has started carrying, so they could get people interested in it. But I also offered to do a custom painted store kit for them, and the guy who runs the store was like, "That's a cool idea. I'll get back to you." And then he never did, and I was like, "All right, fine, whatever, man."
I think he just forgot about it, honestly.
Oh, he did. 100%. He totally forgot about it, but
Like, what's it called? Doing favors for people. The people you're doing favors for often forget about it.
well,
That
he's.
is what
I mean, he's not the main reason he got his store into wanting to do Gunpla is because he got the PPE or whatever.
deal.
Well, he got that, but he was like, because he saw me doing all the streams and everything, and he's like, is there actually a market for that in this area? And I'm like, there probably is a market for it, but there's no shop around here that actually, like, does it.
Carries it. Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, I just have to order all my stuff online. He's like, oh, I could probably get a Bluefin distribution deal. They contact me all the time asking if I want to buy stuff, and I say no because I don't know what they sell. And I was like, oh, well, you should get on that so that I can get discounts on Gunpla, buddy. So,
Heck yeah.
Do they distribute Tamiya too?
no, they distribute Mr. Hobby.
Oh yeah, I think we went over this last time.
Yeah.
I prefer lacquer paints, so that's a good thing for me.
Well, so like my local, well, I guess we also went over that. So I was gonna say my hobby shop, Hobby Town by me, has a bunch of Gunpla, but does not carry any Mr. Hobby stuff.
Which is weird because it's the same distributor, so whatever.
But then you also brought up that there are other distributors that are like redistributors.
That is very true.
So it could be one of them.
Yeah. All right, so that is where I'm at so far with this 1/100 R-1 Trooper. That's everything except the hands and the guns and the stand that it comes with, because it comes with a stand. Yay!
Why not the hands? Put 'em on.
Because
It's like
this
two
is as
pieces.
far as I want to go.
Oh my god.
For tonight, I do like the
Lay it
wings
on
on
'em.
this thing.
Lay it on the table. I want to see it.
I mean, they've got these nice shiny hands. Can you beat these nice shiny hands?
Hold on. The stream is a little bit behind.
Oh, it's totally behind.
It is so behind. You're still posing.
Ooh, green shiny hands?
Green shiny hands.
That's
Oh.
cool.
Shining Gundam. Oh, heck yeah. Okay, now I see them. That's how behind it is.
Oh,
That's
that's totally his attack. Is basically like his fist glows and he punches people. It's pretty great.
Shining Gundam.
Yeah, I mean this kit is basically, hey, we're gonna rip off literally every Gundam kit and put it all into one Gundam kit.
That's sick.
I
Yeah,
gotta
good.
say the clear hand part for, I haven't done Shining, but for my God Gundam, MG God Gundam is like probably my favorite part of all those kits.
It is pretty cool. There's
Like I
also
did the
4 pages of transformation on this thing. I'm never gonna transform it. I hate
Oh, he turns
transforming
into a
kits.
jet?
Yeah, like I said, it's every Gundam. It's literally like we're just gonna every Gundam.
Oh.
What do you want it to look like? All of them.
does
like
it
just
have
generic
does it-
Gundam.
does it have like VSBR type things too?
So it's got these, and I'll kind of turn it around so you can see it on the side camera. No, they don't swing forward, but there's these bits on the back that kind of pop out, and it's got knives in it because strike was a thing.
Yeah.
But the wings are just like, that's for the transformation. Normally they stay down, but I kind of like them up because it gives it sort of a virtual on kind of look.
Mm-hmm.
But it can pop out these side things, and it's got knives in the side wings because, like I said, Seed existed, and they were like, "Yep, make it all the kids, make it all of them, every Gundam." It's definitely got the good old 00 front skirts there, even though I think 00 was out after this. 00 was like 20. No, when did 00 come out?
Wasn't that after
2000.
Seed Destiny?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but like what
after.
year?
I think it was like right after Seed Destiny.
No, it was like 2006, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, that would have been before this. So he's definitely got that Gundam's 00 style, like tiny front skirt thing going on.
Well, they don't all have tiny front skirts.
No, but it's
Most
like
of them
it's that this is
Axia
basically
and the Axia derivatives
yeah.
have
This is
those side
but again,
skirts. Those
this
front
is
skirts.
this kit to me looks like, let's take all of the main Gundam suits from all of the alternate Gundam timelines and make one mobile suit out of them.
Yeah,
so
it's generic Gundam.
It
Yeah,
also looks like the Stamen, though. Main Gundam, kinda.
yeah. I mean, I like it. It's really cool, but it does kind of have that vibe of like, we're gonna do all the Gundams.
Yes.
Well, which Gundams? All of them from all the series. Get on it. Make it happen.
It looks like, but mainly, to me, it looks like the mix of the Stamen and the Wing.
Yeah, it
because
really
of the
does.
proportions.
Yeah.
Well, it's because the Stamen and the Wing are Katoki Hajime, I think.
Yeah, and this is definitely more than likely very much a Kotoki design.
Oh yeah, I looked it up. It is Katoki Hajime.
Okay, then yeah, there you go. But no, I really like this kit. It's got the knees are very weird because the bottom part of the knee armor separates, but the bottom part locks into the front of the legs, which means the articulation in the knees is mostly the joint in the upper thigh instead of the calf. It's bizarre. And I get it. It's probably because of the transformation that it has to lock in that way, but it still feels weird to when you're bending the knee to bend it at the thigh instead of at the leg. So I don't know.
Here's to hoping Bandai's version will be better, right?
No, this is actually really good. It's just kind of weird feeling is the thing. There's nothing wrong with this kit, and none of the Super Robot Wars 1/100 kits have been in any way bad, which is why I'm kind of nervous about what Bandai's going to do to them. Because what I fear the most, what I absolutely fear is that Bandai's going to get it, and they're just going to be Gundam kits that look that are the Super Robot Wars designs.
Oh, did Bandai get the Super Robot Wars license?
Yeah. So all of the Super Robot Wars kits don't build like Gundams. They all build very differently from your average Gundam kit. The engineering is different. The the way everything is pinned together is differently. For example, the arms at the shoulders don't plug into they don't actually plug into the chest. They plug into the shoulder armor, and the shoulder armor plugs into the chest. So those are two separate pieces. It's not like you've got a peg going all the way through to the arm and then the shoulder armor sitting on top of it. The legs are very differently designed. A lot of the engineering that goes into the kit is very different and very interesting to build.
But is there something wrong with Bandai's Gundam engineering, though?
There's not, but it's...
He's done hundreds of them.
Right, that's kind of where... That's sort of, the thing is, when I... when we were going into the Secret Santa stuff this year, one of the things I put on my list is, I want interesting things to build. I don't want to... I love building Gunpla. Don't get me wrong. I will sit here and build Gunpla all the time. I've got a giant backlog. But I'm also interested in, seeing how other companies do their engineering. So that's why I'm I got into some of the Hexagear stuff. I like that a lot. I think the 30-minute mission stuff is really cool because it's not exactly a Gundam. It's the fine build system or whatever. Frame arms I've always been really interested in, even though they are hit and miss, mostly miss.
Mostly miss.
Yeah, I mean, looking at, I just ordered the Dragon Momoko fake Mega Man X or whatever it is, the copy X, because I want to see what the engineering is like. I want to see how those kits go together and, just see different ways that these sorts of things can work, because eventually you do get to a point where you're like, okay, I can close my eyes and build this HG because every single Gundam HG is the same. Or, and that's why I've started doing a lot more master grades and real grades, is because the engineering is so different. And it's, so that's just kind of where that is. I don't hate building Gunpla kits. I really love them, but I'm also interested in seeing what other companies can do. And all of these kits, all of the 1/100 and even the 1/144 Super Robot Wars kits have all had very unique, very interesting engineering that has gone into them and how they all come together. And I feel like it would be a shame and a missed opportunity to continue on that theory of let's see how we can do the engineering different. And it may not be better. It may be better. I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's different and it's interesting. And it gets a very cool looking result out of a kit that is not a Bandai kit.
I mean, it gives you that moment of, oh.
Right, that's how that goes together.
That's how they did it.
Right, so even when I started building this way back on page 1, I was looking at the instructions and I'm like, I got to, well, not page 1. Page 1, I could totally tell what was going on. But when I got to page 2, I'm like, I don't really see how all of this leg stuff goes together. And then when you finally start assembling all the different pieces, you're like, oh, I get it. I see where this works now, and that's really cool. Like this one has been a lot more generic and straightforward than the other ones that I've built in. The Huckbien was, or Huckbine or Huckenbein or however you pronounce it. That one is also pretty basic just because it's kind of a standard thing. But the Wild Ruger and the Alt Ison are both insanely different in engineering. Like the Alt Ison's legs are crazy complicated in how they actually go together. And it's one of those things where until you're done building the leg, you're like, I don't know which side of this is the correct, like I don't know which side is up on this leg. It's just like it's just a mass of parts, and then when it finally comes together, it's like, oh man, that is actually really, really cool how they figured out how to do that. And still keep it as accurate to the source material as possible. Like the color accuracy on these kits is beyond phenomenal for, you know, for what they are and the price point that they were originally released at. Like Kotobukiya does really good work when it's not a frame arms kit.
Yes.
So like it's just, I don't know, I feel that's why I'm very like I'm keeping my mind open. I'm not going to trash, you know, what you know, until I see any results from what Bandai's going to do with the license. I'm just kind of I'm kind of cautiously optimistic. Like I'm sure what they release will be fine, but I'm also like I hope they kind of keep some of that interesting engineering as well.
Yeah, we'll see. I recently bought an LBX kit for the first time, so I'm curious if those are any different than a Gunpla kit.
The thing I'm worried about is regarding to engineering and different from like Gundam kits is that since they got the license for Super Robot Wars,
Right.
I don't think they're gonna be 1/100. I think they're gonna be 1/144.
The problem is that it's very difficult to say one way or the other because most of these are the scale on the Super Robot Wars stuff is very odd in that like some of the mobile suits in it are like your standard kind of, you know, Gundam sized, but there's a lot of them that are just insanely huge.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think my guess is they're probably, if they do most of
They're
the
just gonna
line,
make them
they're
all
gonna-
HDs.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
Well, no, they'll just make them. They'll do the same thing Kodo did and just not have them be a scale. So, like the Super Robot War stuff, most of it is either 1/100 or 1/144th scale. But there's quite a number of the ones that are meant to represent the much larger suits that were released as no scale. And even those are like insanely big. Like you can go out and look at the Dienguar with the horse on Daylog, and like it's massive. And it is way too small for 1/144 scale. Like it's like 1/250 scale at best. But that's just how Super Robot Wars was. Like some of those suits are just giant. So there's no way they're going to put any like they're not going to be able to release all of the suits from the OG generation at a standard scale. They just won't do it. They'd just be way too big for some.
I mean Bandai already fudges scale.
Yeah,
on
but
a lot of kits.
not to this extent that they'd have to do for this.
they only fudge scale when something's too small. I'd say they're good at making things big.
Yeah, like Crossbone and F91 stuff.
And wing
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'd
wing
say
HDs are not 144.
Zeong, those are all good IMO.
Yeah, I don't know, but the Neo Zeong's what, $1,000 or something?
Yeah. Only time I've seen it is inside the new type store. So.
Only time I've seen it is in YouTube videos.
Oh. Yeah, it's huge. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know how many feet
It's like
tall?
a child.
Yeah, it's like 3-4 feet tall.
Right.
Anyways, I'm heading out. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
done building for the night. I'm gonna pick up and do the everything else
Oh.
tomorrow.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, have a good one, dude.
Yeah, you too, man.
All right, thanks anybody who was watching the stream, and we'll finish this up some other time. Have a nice one.